い、こんばんや。コミュ障がある隊長 VTuber と DJ の DJ ユキです。This will be the final ひぐらしのなく頃にTsumihoroboshi編ストリーム。この配信は最後のひぐらしのなく頃に解Tsumihoroboshi編配信や。So yeah, the past month we went through all of Higurashi. We went through most of Higurashi, Tsumihoroboshi, which which leads us to this final arc for today. So yeah, we're gonna go through all of we're gonna finish Higurashi today. We're almost done. So we're almost done. Just one chapter, I believe, plus the ending. So yeah. Well, hold on. I just wanna. So yeah, basically the next Higurashi, since this is the last Higurashi stream of this year, the next stream for Higurashi will be next year, next October. Hold on, I just wanna type it in first. So yeah, we're Timidnessの皆殺し編配信October 26th. Oh my god. Lol. So yeah, this will be the last for this year. Like we do every year, we will continue Higurashi next year, the next chapter of Higurashi. But that's for 11 months from now. Okay. Lol. Okay. So yeah. I just wanted to post this. Because we will of course go through Higurashi again. We will continue Higurashi again. But for now, we will end this current Higurashi today. Higurashi Tsumihoroboshi Hen. Alright. So yeah, let's get started. Hi. Yum. あれちょっと待って。Okay. So let's get started with the final Higurashi no Naku Koro ni Kai Tsumihoroboshi Hen chapter. Yeah. Yeah, so this final chapter of Higurashi basically went through or it's right after Keiichi saw and Nika saw Rena, and there's a basically the police and the Sonozaki family, with some miracle, was able to end their feud, basically trying to decide who tries to fight Rena, basically. So yeah, and then we go to school where Keiichi feels so what do you call it, guilty about his past, that he tell in what Rena said, that friends shouldn't keep secrets. So he ends up telling his friends about what he did before moving to Hinamizawa. And everyone's like, that's the past, and there's no need to. Your past doesn't affect what we think of you, basically. And then Keiichi starts remembering the past, basically. Past meaning like from the previous iterations of Higurashi, when he got killed, or when he killed, and when he doubted people, when he doubted his friends. And then Rika says that it's a miracle that he was able to remember the past, basically. Which Rika has been through for a long time. And then at the end, Keiichi is back home, and he finds Rena there, basically saying goodbye one last time, trying to end the fight, basically, that she believes she needs to do. So that's where we are. Walking with Olimion to school made me miss Rena a lot. What's wrong, Kei-chan? Why are you looking around? What? Oh, nothing. It was the same old path to school, but I felt nervous for some reason. I wonder what Rena meant when she said she was going to win come from behind victory last night. I couldn't stop feeling like something dangerous was gonna happen. Rena thought Mion was one of our enemies. She could be lying in wait to attack Mion with a knife. Don't worry, Rena isn't going to do something as rash as that. Even if she does, I can protect myself. Mion said it brightly, as if to tell me she wasn't afraid of anything. But I couldn't be optimistic like her, cause I knew exactly what Rena was going through. Rena must be determined by now. And she probably wouldn't mind dying fighting against me if she wasn't going to win anyway. Of course, that didn't mean she was definitely going to take violent action. But I couldn't deny the possibility either. This old man is more concerned about the reason why Rena went crazy all of a sudden. Was there any reason? I remember the tragedy. I couldn't remember what made the world go crazy. But I remember we got lost in that awfully scary world. It started with small things, and those small things continued to pile up one after another. If you thought about it calmly, you'd laugh, because it was really a stupid thing. But once those tiny little stupid things started to bother you, you couldn't ignore them. It was some kind of disease. You could call it that. But there must have been a reason. There must have been a reason that made the world go crazy. But it must be such a small thing that you couldn't even notice. And unfortunately, the reason was very difficult to understand, and you wouldn't be able to figure it out until you died. I have a relative who's a doctor. He said that if you have a tumor in a specific specific parts in your brain, it can change your personality, make you a totally different person. People who suffered from this disease used to be considered haunted by devils or possessed by foxes. People dramatized it like it was something occult. You must mean Rena is suffering from a physical disease in her brain? In her case, it might be better to say that it's a mental disease. Rena was upset and mentally unstable because of the murder of Nina Tepe. At a time like that stupid Oishi told her about what happened to Tomitake-san in an exaggerated way. I think Oishi-san and Takano-san's scrapbooks have many things in common. Really? Like what? Well, he believes in a series of mysterious deaths of Hinamizawa, but that's a delusion, isn't it? I mean, something did happen for 5 years in a row, but I think there's no series of murders in the first place. It was true that the mysterious incidents happened 5 years in a row, but they were each solved individually. It was the same as the past you didn't need to talk about. We thought of them as a series of mysterious deaths, which is why we thought something was going to happen this year too. It led us to think that there was a conspiracy, and that the Sonozaki family was behind it. We connect those things into a series of mysterious deaths, but we shouldn't have done that in the first place. Just like I tried to keep my distance from Rena when I found out about her dark past. Wasn't everyone trying to keep their distance from the dark past of Hinamizawa? Takano-san's scrapbooks are a good example. She dramatized both recent incidents and old cruel history, and she made feasible stories out of them, saying that the Sonozaki family was behind it all. Oishi-san did the same thing too. He was so convinced that the Sonozaki family was behind it all, that it was making him interpret things the wrong way. In that sense, we could say Oishi-san believed in the same delusion as Rena. I think the Sonozaki family is partially accountable for that because you guys act like you're behind it every time something happens. In this village, people think it's the doing of the Sonozaki family whenever something strange happens. It's like a magic word that makes everything settle down. I like those people who say they can explain all phenomena in this world with plasma. Oh, and what's that supposed to mean? Are you saying that all of this is the Sonozaki family's fault? Exactly. It's all your fault. So I'll call you Plasma Mion from now on. That sounds like a wrestler's name. Well, I like professional wrestlers. Hey, Kei-chan, do you know what abdominal stretching is? Stop! I don't want to wrestle with you in this freaking hot water. No, that hurts! Stop! Good morning, Keiichi-san. Good morning. Satoko and Nika-chan looked a little sad when they saw only the two of us. If the three of us came to school together like always, they would have been really happy. But our classmates were as noisy as usual. Nobody seemed to make a big deal about Rina's absence. Chie-sensei was going to be here soon, and she'd start morning homeroom. Everyone was fooling around as if they didn't want to miss a second of time until then. Hey, something stinks today. Close the windows. Silly, it's gonna be hotter in here if we do that. Smell like gasoline or something, and it really stank. Someone in the forestry service must have been putting gasoline into the construction equipment or something. Some students near the windows were making a fuss because they wanted to close the windows to shut out the smell. Our school wasn't a normal school compared to others. We were using a part of the forestry service building. Unusual things like this happen sometimes. This is nothing. I remember once when they brought a few big piles of juniper branches. That was awful. It had that distinct irritating odor that gave us all headaches. What's a juniper? Me. That's the name of a vegetable. We sometimes put it in curry. Wahaha! You should look for it next time you go for grocery shopping. Huh? I know a little about vegetables, but it sounds like it would be better to make Rika and Keiichi-san taste it first, just in case. What? Our ball's missing. You hit it again, didn't you, Hojo? The boys seemed to be looking for the ball for a while, and they yelled at Sotoko. Why would I hide such a stupid thing? If I was going to hide anything, I'd had something better than that. Hey, Chie-sensei's coming. Everyone, take a seat. Hello, everyone. Get to your seats. I kept thinking about Rena the whole time during class. I thought about what she said last night. I wonder what her come from behind victory means. According to Takano-san's delusion, the three masterminds behind the tribalism were the three families, and a group of fanatical believers that controlled those three. In other words, the Sonozaki family. What could Rena do alone against them? Mion lived with her grandmother, the leader of the Sonozaki family. There were only two of them in the house. It was possible that Rena would try to break into the house with a knife. But I already came up with that possibility last night. That's why I called Mion and warned her. On the way to school, Mion told me some bodyguards from the Corps had been in her house since this morning. She told me she'd been guarded. She she'd be guarding herself too. There's a black car parked near the school gate. They must have been the bodyguards. But according to Takano's parasite theory, the battle wouldn't end by just attacking the leader of the Sonozaki family. According to the delusion she believes in, the conditions of her victory were more complicated than that. She needed to expose the group of fanatics who were behind the Sonozaki family, and she needed to destroy the research on the parasite. Plus, Rena didn't have much time left, thanks to that suspicious poison she mentioned. But how exactly could she win a come-from-behind victory under circumstances like that? She might interpret that the town council are a group of fanatics. If so, she might attack them the next time they have a meeting at the shrine. The town council meets once a month at most. It would be hard to believe that they were holding a meeting today. She probably locked the place researching the parasite is the EDA clinic. Dana suspected that there was something fishy about the clinic from the beginning, and that suspicion must have changed to certainty in her head by now. Did that mean she was gonna attack the clinic? This wasn't like a matching movie. What could she do all by herself? Was she gonna start a fire? No, that would be pointless. In order to expose the conspiracy, she'd have to get proof that they were actually studying the parasite. Was she gonna break into the clinic and question weird samples? The last problem of all was how much time she had left. If she believed she didn't have much time left, especially under disadvantageous conditions, she might try to stab whoever she thought was an enemy. But it sounded like she really believed she could regain her happy and peaceful days after everything was over. It probably meant that she was going to stay alive and win. Was there something like an antidote? It didn't have to be real. As long as it was an antidote to Rena's delusion, it didn't matter what it was. It could even be the water you wash your vegetables with. But if she thought she could get the antidote so easily, she wouldn't have been so desperate about the time she had left. The antidote must be difficult for her to get. The easiest place for that, in her delusion, was hidden somewhere in the clinic. Putting it all together like that, I felt like EDA and his clinic were in danger. Now that I thought about it, the elderly people in the village, including the members of the town council, hung out there in the waiting room of the clinic at all the time. If most of the board members happened to gather there for her, it'd be the perfect place to attack. I told Mion about that during lunch. If this were a normal situation, I'd say she wouldn't do such a stupid thing. But I can't actually deny the possibility. I'm gonna call to my house. I'm gonna make sure they send some people to the clinic. Mion didn't object to my crazy idea. She put down her chopsticks and went to the teacher's office to make a phone call. It sounds so dangerous. I can hardly believe Reina-san is going to do such a scary thing. Are you sure she's gonna attack the clinic? Maybe she will, maybe she won't. But if that happens, we're screwed. We need to prevent that disaster from happening. I hope nothing happens at all. Okay. I'll send two of our subordinates to the clinic. I don't think she'll do it, but you never know what's gonna happen. Can we capture her by force if she does it? Honestly, I don't know what to do. I don't want to do that. What do you think we should do? we made an agreement with the cops that we were going to give Ryugu-Rena to them right after we find her. So even if we use force to capture her, we won't get in trouble. I'm not worried about losing face. I just feel sorry about Rena. I really want to settle this calmly, if possible. Well, she is young, so as long as she didn't kill someone or something, all she has to do is apologize and everything will be fine. Well then, she might be out of our hands. Oh, I mean, you know, as long as they don't find out about it, she'll be safe. She'll definitely be safe. Nobody really cares about the disappearance of those two anyway. People think that they ran away somewhere because they did something wrong. Those things happen all the time. So, she's fine. Don't worry about it. She's out, she's safe. What? Are we playing baseball now? Anyways, just be careful. Will do. So, is it okay to capture her by force? Don't make any mistakes. You have to get her. Please don't make it like a chase scene or anything like that. But I couldn't help but have a silly chat with Kasai-san. When I put the phone down, I sensed Chie-sensei was looking at me. No wonder, as she had been able to hear the conversation clearly in this tiny room. Chie-sensei put her spoon down with a sad look in her face, and she asked the following. Were you talking about Ryugu-san? Yeah. Sonozaki-san, do you know why Ryugu-san ran away from home? You're close, aren't you? It was hard for anyone to understand in a situation, except for me and Kate. Oh, this is Sonozaki, or Mion's POV. It was hard for anyone to understand in a situation, except for me and Kate-chan. So most of them thought that Rena just ran away from home. But after she did, the cops made too much of a fuss over it. Oishi's to believe that the scrapbooks were a big scoop, and he overreacted in trying to find Rena. He had patrol cars running around everywhere in the village. He even used the town's council's phone directory to find her. So people in the village thought Rena did something wrong and was trying to run from the cops. What was going to be difficult for me more than finding her was to make up a story to retrieve Rena's honor after they detained her. What about this? Rena went for a walk, fell down, and hit her head on the stove, on the edge of some tofu, and lost her memory. Oishi misunderstood something big time and thought she was a criminal. It was too easy. Anyway, we did make it clear that Oishi was the one who misunderstood everything at the meeting the other day. I had to make best use of his name while he was feeling down for once. What I had to do was not make a big deal about the situation, and create an environment that allowed Rena to forget everything that happened, in order to get her life back together as soon as possible. Everything is going to be fine, Chie-sensei. Rena's a little sick right now, that's all. A fat cop somehow made a lovely mistake and got things twisted around. You don't believe that Rena did something wrong and she tried running from the police, do you? Of course not. But making her family worry by running away from home isn't a good thing to do either. She had a fight with her mother. She had a fight with her father, and she ran away from home for a little while. She acted childish, and that's all. Maybe that'd be the best story to go with. I wonder if she had problems she couldn't talk to anybody about. I must be a bad teacher, because I never realized it. I wish I sat down and talked with Yuuki-san before all this happened. Chia-sensei, you're taking it too seriously. You need to relax. It's normal for young kids nowadays to run away from home for a while. Oh no! What am I gonna do if Yuuki-san becomes one of those bad kids and starts doing really bad things? Oh. Oh. Yuuki-san becomes a bad kid, which means she does something bad and gets arrested by the police, which means it's their teacher's responsibility, which means I'll be disorderly discharged, which means I can't eat curry anymore. I'm dead. Oh no. Chia-sensei seemed comically upset by her own imagination. It looked funny, so I decided to leave her alone. I made to leave the teacher's office to go back to the classroom, but right then the phone rang. Hello, this is the Hinamizawa branch school. Chia-sensei had to answer the phone all day today because the principal was on a business trip. I exited to the hallway, and I heard the tone of her voice change. What? Where are you right now? What? I yelled and looked back at her. It was probably Elena. She called the school. I tried to go back inside the teacher's office, but Chia-sensei gestured me not to come in. Chia-sensei acknowledged what Elena was saying several times, and then she looked up at the clock. Okay, I'll be there. I'm your teacher. You promised me, alright? She said only that, put the phone down, and got her purse out of her locker. Class president, I have an emergency to take care of. I'm going to be out for a while, so please have everyone study by themselves while I'm gone. She took her car key from her purse. It was obvious that she was gonna see Rena somewhere. Chia-sensei, was that Rena? That's all. You're in charge of the classroom, okay? Chia-sensei completely ignored me and she ran out into the hallway. She ran into the schoolyard and got into her car. The moment her car left through the gate, I ran to the schoolyard by myself. I headed for the black car parked near the gate and knocked on the window. How are you doing, milady? Everything is quiet so far. I know, but I need you to follow that car that just left. I think she's gonna meet Rena. Understood. Rena's very paranoid, so you need to be careful. Bring her to my house right after you catch her. After that, follow Kasai's orders. She's my friend. You better not get her hurt. Rena must have told Chia-sensei she wanted to talk to her alone. I could tell that easily from the way she ignored my question. I did feel a little bad for ruining their promise, but it was very important that we call her before she did something wrong. We could still make up an excuse that she was wandering around because she had a fight with her father and ran away from home. But if she set fire to the clinic or something, there would be nothing that I could do. The car made a rough U-turn on the gravel road and chased after Chia-sensei's car at full speed. I watched the car until it was gone. All I could do now was pray that this would be settled calmly. Hey, pay attention everybody. Well, We need to study by ourselves for the rest of the day. Oh, rest of the class today. So get back to your desk and study quietly. Self-studying? Neon ran up to me and spoke quietly. Jenna just called. What? Really? Yeah, she just called the teacher's office. I think Tia Sensei went to meet with Jenna. And I wonder what she's gonna do. I have no idea. Anyway, I told my bodyguards to follow Tia Sensei's car. I feel bad for Jenna, but we're gonna capture her there by force. I hope it works. They're used to doing this kind of stuff. I'm sure they'll do fine. So if they catch her, everything's gonna be over? Yeah, we'll send her to a hospital. If a doctor sees her, I'm sure he'll find some kind of disease or something. It'll be like obsessive psychosomatic disorders or whatever. While we're spending our afternoon studying peacefully, the members of the Sonozaki family would capture Rina, who was waiting for Tia Sensei somewhere. The problem would be solved. Oh yeah, Yuuki almost forgot. Happy Halloween! Oops. Happy Halloween, everybody! It wasn't gonna be easy after that, but I was sure Mion would take good care of her. And at the end, everyone would understand that Rina just ran away from home because of a silly fight with her father. A happy ending. Problem solved, right? Mion winked at me. She looked like she already thought everything was over, but that doesn't sound right to me. I couldn't see any connection between Rina and Tia Sensei. It was hard to explain, but there was something wrong. I wasn't saying that they didn't get along. Rina was a good student, so Tia Sensei had a good relationship with her. But I didn't understand what Rina wanted from Tia Sensei. While I was thinking about it, the door opened and one of our classmates came back from the bathroom with Rina. Eh? With Rina? Are? Rina! Everyone, stand up. Move to the center of the room. I have a bad feeling about this. Everyone gasped in surprise. Even Tia Sensei couldn't make everyone go quiet all of a sudden. Jenna was gripping the shoulder of the student who came back from the bathroom. In her other hand, she had a big, scary-looking hatchet. It was the same one she had the other night. Oh no. Everyone immediately understood that Jenna had taken a hostage. Are you all deaf? Move to the center of the room. Push the desk to the sides. Nobody guessed what she was asking us to do. We all froze. Jenna was the only one who was smiling. It was terrifying. Mi-chan, you're the class president. Tell everyone to move to the center. Jenna, what are you doing? A loud noise washed out Mion's voice. Jenna hit the teacher's desk really hard with her hatchet. She pulled out the hatchet, making an ominous ripping noise. There was a line of violence carved plainly into the desk. Oh, she broke it. Tia Sensei's gonna get mad when she comes back. No, that wasn't it. What the hell? I knew I couldn't trust you, Mi-chan. I'm gonna ask Keiichi-kun then. You're my only friend, right, Keiichi-kun? So I can trust you, can I? Jenna, your eyes. You look so scary. I've never seen her eyes like that in my life. Your eyes are full of insanity. Why are people afraid of insanity? Insanity means that a person doesn't share the same values and the same common sense as us. For example, say a thief breaks into your house and he ties you up. You'll get scared and wonder if he's going to stab you before he leaves. But you hope that the thief has feelings too, and that he's not going to kill you for no reason, no matter how bad a person is. We tend to believe that in his goodwill, as long as we share the same values as the same common sense and the same morals as him. But we can't expect goodwill from someone who doesn't have these things. We can't expect goodwill from a person who can't communicate with us. When a burglar has a knife and you beg him not to hurt you, you expect him to listen to you and to show you mercy. In other words, you can still communicate with him. But if he doesn't have the ability to communicate, he's just like a monster that's trying to attack you. Or like a blade of a guillotine that's falling down on you. You fear him because you cannot communicate with him. That's insanity. It was the same fear we were feeling towards Rina at the very moment. She looked like a human just like us, but there was no room for her to communicate with us like a normal person would do. Everybody understood that fear instinctively.
Keiichi-kun, make the desk to the middle. Move the desk to make room in the middle.
Oh, okay. Everyone, let's do as Rina says. Rina was like a barrel of gunpowder at the moment. She seemed really calm and quiet, but she could explode at any minute. When she did, I doubt she'd showed us any mercy. She probably wouldn't hesitate to use that hatchet on us. That's right. Just like how I didn't feel guilty or hesitate to kill Rina or Mion. Everyone went all quiet while pushing the desk against the wall to make space where Rina wanted it. Rina saying that you're too slow, moving too slow, hit the blackboard with the hatchet, making a terrible noise. Every time she did that, she left an equally horrible scar on the blackboard. The thing that we looked at most in the school.
Keiichi-kun, can you get the jump ropes from the lockers? Use them to tie your classmates up.
I'm not good at tying knots. I probably can't tie them very well.
I'll check them one by one if you tied them well enough. If I find the ropes loose, I'll kill the person, so you better tie them up really well.
We're still kids. We saw the word kill at the time. It was used a lot in comic books and cartoons after all. Well, it wasn't used a lot in manga and anime after all. So normally you'd assume we'd be used to hearing the word kill, but when Rina said she'd kill us, it sounded so frightening. I'd never heard someone like that before in my life. To Rina, our lives were like cards she could use for negotiation. She'd get rid of one card every time somebody refused her request. Get rid of? Damn it, why did we use such scary words like get rid of for simple things like playing cards? Anyway, there were about 20 students in the class. That was a little bit too many for Rina to handle. She might get rid of one or two to set an example. I decided to do what Rina said because I didn't want her to lose her temper. I got out everyone's jump ropes from their lockers.
All of you, get in the floor. Keiichi-kun, you can start tying their hands behind their backs. Tie them really tightly. You're on my side, aren't you? You wouldn't tie them loosely on purpose, would you?
Mion tried to make eye contact with me. If everyone was tied down, we wouldn't be able to stop her from occupying the school. There was more than 20 students in this class. Half of them were boys, but most of them were smaller than Rena. But there were enough people here to overpower her. But if we did that, Rena would probably hit her hostage with the hatchet. And she'd use her hatchet to attack the rest of us without hesitation. It'd be a bloody battle. I'm sure that someone would get hurt if we tried to overpower her. The hostage would be seriously injured, or maybe even die. If that happened, it was over. No matter how hard we tried to cover up, she'd never be able to live peacefully like before. Mion seemed to understand that too. I could tell from Rena's eyes that she wasn't gonna go easy on us. If somebody showed defiance, she'd break the hostage's head open immediately. Of course, Rena had done that before. She'd probably do it again with no hesitation. But as long as we did what she said, we could prevent that bloody tragedy. If we could somehow solve the situation without shedding any blood, with Mion's influence, we might still be able to pretend that this never happened. At least, we have to make sure that she didn't kill anybody. Let's do what Rena says. Let's do as Rena says, Kei-chan. Mion tried to think of ways to overpower Rena, but she couldn't come up with any good ideas to save the hostages. That's how easy it would be to kill. That's how easy it would be for Rena to kill them. The best thing to do at the time was to wait for a chance without agitating her further. Mion lay down on the floor, and everyone else followed suit, sluggish with terror, and I was left alone, standing rooted to the spot, with the jump ropes in my hands. All my classmates were lying face down on the floor, while Rena was pointing the hatchet at the hostage, watching our every move from behind the teacher's desk. I just stood frozen in the middle of it all.
Keiichi-kun, there are many things I want you to help me with. So hurry up. If you take too long, some of them might have to die. Some of the little kids started crying when they heard the word die. It's alright, everyone. Keiichi-kun will save you, so no one is gonna die.
Damn it! What a bold threat. She said I was her friend, but she was playing with the meaning of that word. I was the last person who could still fight against her under these circumstances, but it wasn't going to be easy to overpower her by myself. I wasn't even sure I could do that. Even if I had tried to act tough, once Rena pointed that hatchet at someone's neck, it was over. I shouldn't fight against her for now. I should just wait for a chance. As long as Rena was alone, there would be a chance. She made me tie them up because she couldn't do that by herself. There was a limit to what she could do because she was by herself. If we could cover this up somehow before Chie-sensei came back, we'd still be able to pretend like we were kidding around. I finally realized something. I realized why Rena called Chie-sensei to meet with her. In order for Rena to take over the classroom, she needed to get rid of Chie-sensei. Chie-sensei had a very strong sense of justice. Even if Rena had a gun, she wouldn't hesitate to overpower her. She was the kind of teacher who would risk her life for her students. Rena needed to figure out how to get rid of Chie-sensei. That was the key to her plan. Rena probably thought about attacking her from behind first, but there was a risk there, as Chie-sensei was a grown-up woman, so she probably thought that attacking her directly wasn't a wise choice. So naturally, the next option was to lure her out somewhere. Rena called Chie-sensei and told her she wanted to talk to her in private, in order to lure her out to some place far away from here. Most people, including Chie-sensei, thought Rena was just running away from home. So Chie-sensei must have thought Rena had some problem she wanted to talk to her about. It was too easy to deceive her. Where did she make the phone call from? She probably used the phone in the school. Well, not in the school to be exact. She probably used the phone on the second floor of the school, the one belonging to the forestry service. The school was using part of the forestry service building, but this particular location was more of a branch office. So it's not like someone was here all the time. Rena knew that, and she probably had been hiding there for a while. She called the phone on the first floor from the second floor, and she made Chie-sensei leave the school. I didn't think it was a coincidence that the principal was on a business trip today. She probably snuck into the school yesterday. She saw the principal's schedule, learned how to call the phone on the first floor from the second, and carried out her plan. She planned it perfectly. Yeah, I knew it. Rena was insane, but I knew she was also actually very calm. She was possessed by her delusion, but she was also unbelievably calm about it. So she could still think fast. I knew that very well because I've been through the same thing before. What was worse is that Mion's bodyguards were gone. Mion told them to follow Chie-sensei because she thought Chie-sensei was going to meet with Rena. Damn it, everything seemed to be working out in her favor. I'm done. I tied up the last person, and I looked in Rena's direction. If I didn't tie them really tightly, Rena would kill them. But when I tied them too tightly, they suffered in pain. Their pain cries made me feel useless.
Thank you, Keiichi-kun. I don't mean to doubt you, Keiichi-kun, but I'll make sure just in case. Please put your hands on your head and lie face down on the floor. And I'm saying this to everybody. If you stand up without my permission, I'll kill you. I'll kill whoever stood up, and one more person randomly to set an example. It's not nice to be chosen randomly, huh? Oh, there's a good idea. I'll kill the person who didn't listen to me, and I'll add 10 to his or her student number, and kill that person too. For example, let's say Okamura-kun didn't listen to me. I kill him in Watanabe-kun, because his student number is 11. Get it? I'll always be killing two of you at the same time. You better remember that you involve another person's life besides your own when you attempt to stand against me.
How awful. She totally understood how to threaten people. Normally, you stand against an attacker at your own risk. If you fail, you're gonna die. But if you're responsible for someone else, then you couldn't try to resist. You can't risk somebody's life with your own decisions.
Okay, everybody is tied up nice and tight. You said you aren't good at tying knots, but you did very well, Katie-kun. You should be proud of yourself. Well, you can stand up now.
It was too late to fight back. I followed her orders. I just had to wait for a chance. We could still turn this into some kind of bad joke. I had to do something. Anyway, what were you planning to do, Rina? Don't tell me this is the comeback from behind victory that you're talking about. Okinomiya Speedo Vehicles. Okinomiya Speedo Vehicles. A hostage situation has broken out in the Hinamizawa Forestry Service building. There are reportedly multiple hostages. All vehicles are to head to the Forestry Service building immediately. Cool. Wait, how did they find out? Kumo-chan. Sorry, I'm late. What's going on? Hello, sir. Today around 1 p.m., the Hinamizawa Brand School classroom was taken over. All 25 students have been taken hostage. The suspect's initial demands were to prohibit all entry to the Brand School's property and to secure a hotline to us. Oh. So, they're willing to negotiate with us from the start? What's going on? Also, the suspect is asking for you, Oishi-san. It's Ryugu Reina. Ryugu-san? Very well. We seem to be inseparable, huh? I'll be dealing with her until the end. Oishi gave a crooked smile. We don't know if she has any accomplices. We don't know if she has any accomplices. The curtains are closed, so we can't confirm the situation. Have you asked whoever told us about this? No. Ryugu Reina declared it herself. Therefore, we don't know what's going on inside. Her teacher received a call from Ryugu Reina as she left the classroom before the incident took place. This has been well planned, huh? Has anyone from the Forestry Service been taken hostage? Nobody from the service was here today. All 25 hostages are students. The number matches with the attendance the teacher took this morning. Plus the suspect, right? Have you seen anyone else suspicious other than Ryugu Reina? No. We've seen someone peek out from behind the curtain, but it was just the suspect herself. We're guessing there must be at least one or two of them, though. Well, maybe she really is doing this by herself. Ryugu Reina was a true believer in Takanomiya's scrapbooks. According to those scrapbooks, the entire village was Ryugu Reina's enemy. She didn't have anyone she couldn't trust. However, Oishi had also believed in Takanomiyo's delusion. It was possible that someone who was influenced in the same way was following Ryugu Reina. Oishi-san, the principal and the teacher are here. Hello, Chiyo-sensei. Are you okay? Oishi ran up to Chiyo-sensei, who was crying with a handkerchief held up to her face. Hina-chan's a good girl. For her to do something like this, there must be some kind of mistake. Oh. If I were to do this by the book, I would ask you about Rina-san's recent behavior. When it comes to Ryugu-san, I probably know better than you do. Please don't worry. I'll take care of this as peacefully as possible. Chiyo-sensei was humbled over, and Oishi didn't think he could say anything else to her. On the contrary, the principal was staying strong, trying to figure out how to take care of the situation. Oishi-san, please. If possible, I'd like to request to be a hostage myself. I'll take the place of the children. Let me do that instead. It's all my... It's all my fault. Let me do that instead. It's all my fault. Ah! Please don't worry. Please don't blame yourselves. I have things I want to ask you, but I appreciate that if you cooperated. Bonchi-kun, please show them the blueprints. Excuse me, sir. Section Chief Takazugi is on the radio. Oh, this is Oishi. Oishi-san, how are things? Kumagai-kun informed me of the situation. The suspect is under siege, huh? Please keep strict control of the press. I understand. Also, the suspect is requesting me as a negotiator. Is that okay with you? You've known Ryugu Reina since the parasite incident from the other day. I bet she still thinks you're her ally. Only you can do the job. Good luck. No, I really don't want to, but since I caused so much trouble, I guess I'll have to do this to make up for it. Oishi-san, Ryugu Reina's on the car phone. That was faster than expected. I'll go get it. Thank you. Oh, this is Oishi.
Oishi-san? This is Yugo.
Hello, this is Oishi.
Is the signal weak on your car phone? It's kind of hard to hear.
Nahaha. It's like me. It's getting old.
Oishi and I exchanged friendly words. A long cord trailed through the hallway from the teacher's office. The cord extended further to the phone on the podium in the classroom. Let's get down to business. I'll check to see if you're qualified to negotiate for me.
Okay, shoot.
You are my ally, aren't you, Oishi-san?
Of course. Let's expose the conspiracy of the Sonozaki family together, you and me.
Oishi answered without hesitation. Was he still my ally? Or was this sly detective just saying what I needed to hear? Either way, I had Oishi to depend on. If I couldn't trust him, I was stuck. There could be nothing else I could do. You didn't believe me for a while either, did you, Keiichi-kun? But you do now, right?
Keiichi-kun was sitting
on the floor, facing away from me, with his head resting in his hands. We're comrades now, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Yuuki did not ask my brother Keiichi if he was her comrade, but I couldn't hear his voice. Was he trying to tell me that my brother Keiichi was still alive, or that he was being forced to obey her because of the hostages? My brother-san is your ally too, huh? That's nice. But weren't you suspicious of my brother-san for a while?
Yep. When I heard about the BB gun incident, I couldn't believe it. But we can't let the past fool us. We have to learn from the past in order to grow.
No, ha ha ha. That's very good. You're absolutely right about that.
That was why we forgave each other. So I don't doubt Keiichi-kun anymore. Keiichi-kun is my comrade.
I understand. Therefore, Keiichi-kun is my ally too, isn't he? Please say hello for him. Please say hello to him for me.
Sure, I will.
Actually, I'd like to say hello to him myself. Can he come to the phone? The conversation stopped suddenly. That made me nervous. Did I say something wrong?
Sure, here he is. Keiichi-kun, Oishi-san wants to talk to you.
I heard some rattling on the other side of the phone.
Hello? This is Marlboro.
Oh, monotone. Hello, this is Marlboro. He sounded monotone. Unable to disobey, Marlboro Keiichi must have been pretending to follow Yuuki-dena's orders. Hello, Marlboro-san. This is Oishi from the Okinomiya police station. Thank you for coming to the phone. Let's do this together.
Yes, let's do this together.
What is Yuuki-san doing right now?
She's walking around the classroom.
Marlboro-san, please say yes if your answer is yes. And yeah, if your answer is no. You know... Hi. Marlboro-san, please say hi if your answer is yes, and if your answer is no. Do you know what Yuuki-san wants? That answer told me for sure. Marlboro Keiichi wasn't Yuuki-dena's accomplice. There is no way Dena wouldn't tell her accomplice what she planned after a hostage situation like this. How could he help someone who couldn't even tell him what she wanted? I'll ask you directly. Are you Yuuki-dena's ally? No, let me change my question. Are you being threatened by Yuuki-dena? Hi. There you go. The other guys in the car listening on our conversation raised their fists in victory. Is Yuuki-dena the only suspect? Hi. If she was the only suspect, then we could respond appropriately. I guess nobody else believed in Takuno's scrapbooks. And so, my being fooled was even more embarrassing. as I thought about my next question, I heard the phone being taken away from Keiichi. Yuna came back on the phone line.
See? Keiichi-kun is my ally, isn't he?
Yes, you were right. That's very promising.
Okay, now it's your turn to talk, Oishi-san. How are the simultaneous raids on the Sonozaki family going? Remember, you promised me when we talked on the phone before. Have you found the secret research facility yet?
I've yet to decide on what to say. Should I tell her we conducted raids or not? Maybe she already knew we didn't raid. Maybe she was just testing me. We're trying to come up with a plan for the simultaneous raids as we speak. We're talking to the Prefectural Police as well as the Public Safety Division. We're talking about the entire city, so we need a little more time to prepare for it.
You're taking too long! Oishi-san, don't you realize what kind of emergency situation Shishibone City is in right now? What are you doing? Oishi-san, you believe me, don't you? You're my ally, right? Right? Please answer me.
Of course, I am. But the police department is a little more complicated than you think. I'm doing my best. I really am. The thing is, this is on a really big scale.
Oishi-san, they poisoned me recently with the parasites that killed Tomitake-san. They poisoned me with them. I've been itching like crazy since yesterday. I'm all bloody from scratching at my throat. I might claw my throat and die at any moment. And you're telling me that you're still preparing? I knew it. Oishi didn't realize how dire the situation was. He understood that there was some kind of conspiracy in Hinamizawa. But he didn't realize how soon their plan was going to be executed. Besides, I was already feeling itchy all over my body, and I was bound to soon die, the same way as Tomitake-san.
I'm sorry. I'm really trying my best. But everyone asked me if I have proof.
Proof? You need proof? Mio-san scrapbooks. Maybe that's what I needed to convince the police. I was afraid someone would destroy the evidence if I handed it over to Oishi-san. So I kept them with me, but I didn't have much longer to live. I might not even make it until tomorrow morning. That's right. I might be dead before tomorrow. I would die tonight. Okay. I'll give you Mio-san scrapbooks. Please use them to convince the other policemen.
That should help. Please do give me the scrapbooks.
I looked through my backpack, which was lying by my foot. Mio-san scrapbooks were in there. This is our last resort. Oishi-san, dear vet. No. You must take care of it, please.
Of course. Trust me. I'll expose the conspiracy.
I knew the police would take too long to get things moving. They're an organization after all. That's why I'm doing this, to make them understand. You have an excuse now. Please use this chance wisely.
Thank you. You can count on me. So how should we do this? Do you want me to come over and get it? I knew she wouldn't let me into the classroom. She was still cautious. I could guess where Ryugurena was going to take this thing, so I tried to stay ahead of her. I handed a memo with my instructions on it to a colleague.
I can't leave the classroom, so I'll have Keiichi-kun deliver them to you.
Maybe that's better. If you left the building, something might happen.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm sure the Sonozaki family already knows what's going on here. I'm sure they didn't expect you to do something like this, so they might come to shut you up.
To shut me up? Do you mean?
By shooting you. A hitman from the Sonozaki family may try to put a stop to you by... try to put a stop to this by sniping you. That's why you shouldn't come outside. Don't even go near the windows. I saw you peeking out a window, but you shouldn't do that. They might fire you at any time.
Wait a minute. Aren't the policemen around? Can't you stop them? Can't you stop that from happening?
Well, we could do that. We could if we could. We would if we could. But it's so open around here. A well-trained sniper can easily shoot as far as 400 meters. As you know, the attack units from the Sonozaki family have gone through military training, and they specialize in assassination techniques. Don't underestimate them. I need you to help me expose the conspiracy of the Sonozaki family.
I understand. Thank you for your warning. Even if my life is to end tomorrow, I can die now.
That's right. Under no circumstances should you peek out the windows, okay? Be very careful. The phone conversation ended. Ryugurena was going to let my brother Keiichi deliver the scrapbooks. Did you get what I wrote on the memo already? Yes, we got it. You think it will work? I scared her, so I don't think she'll peek from the windows. I'm sure she'll have her eyes open though. I'll work around it. I roughly understood what was going on from the phone conversation.
Okay, Keiichi-kun. Here are the scrapbooks. The contents are very important. They're proof of the Sonozaki family's conspiracy, and the police can use them as evidence to conduct a raid. Please take this to Oishi-san, okay? And when you give it to him, come right back. I'm watching you. If you do something you're not supposed to, I'll be angry.
Dina took out a couple of old scrapbooks from her backpack and gave them to me. Then she cast a sidelong glance at Mion.
I'll tell you about these later, Mi-chan. I'll tell you about what a scary conspiracy your family's planning. Or maybe you already know, huh? Anyway, go on, Keiichi-kun. Just go halfway out the schoolyard. Don't say anything. You're just delivering the scrapbooks. Don't talk, okay? If you do, if it was Chie-sensei, she'd slap you with a ruler, but... what should I use instead?
Right. I won't even say a word. Come on, put that hatchet down. I'm your ally, right? Trust me, okay?
Yeah, you're right. I trust you. So please, don't betray me, okay?
Rina's eyes were telling me clearly. They were telling me she didn't trust me. But even in this state, she knew she shouldn't distrust her friends. Therefore, although she couldn't trust me, she was pretending to. That's why she didn't tie me up. Okay, I'll be going. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I walked past my friends who were lying down on the floor and headed to the exit. I saw some of their faces as I passed. Some of them were fearful. Some were sure that I'd use the opportunity to run. Some were scared that I'd die if I did. Don't worry, guys. I won't let her touch any of you. If Rina tries to do something, I'll stop her even if I have to risk my own life. Anyway, I'll do whatever it took to ensure that nobody died. I'll make sure that Rina didn't get angry. I just wait for the right moment. I went down to the school entrance, changed my shoes, then unlocked the door and stepped outside. I felt the fresh air on my skin. I saw the lights from the police cars. I could tell the policemen were looking at me. I stood as I left the schoolyard. A low voice tried to tempt me. I was free from Rena now. If I ran from the school grounds, I'd be free. What was I thinking? If I did something like that, then I would go crazy, and who knows what else she'd do. The important thing here wasn't my safety. Just to make sure Rena didn't kill anyone. I saw a big man coming towards me from the school gate. It was probably Oishi's son. Are you Marbara Keiichi-san? Hello, I'm Oishi from Nakinomiya Station. You can call me Kuro-chan. Sorry, you told me not to talk and to just give you these. So please, just take them in silence. I understand. These are the scrapbooks, huh? I'll take them. I tried to hand the scrapbooks to Oishi-san, but he stepped aside a little bit. Confused as to what he was doing, I changed my position and handed them to him again. It took them that time. And at that point, Oishi put something that was under his jacket into my pocket. Don't worry. If Ryugu-san was watching, the building is behind you. She should have seen that. What is this? I couldn't take a look in my pocket because I didn't want Rena to suspect anything. But whatever it was pretty heavy for its size. I have a memo for you too. On your way back to the classroom, please read it without your son noticing. Go on now. She'll get suspicious. I just followed his directions. I was worried Rena had begun to suspect something. When I looked at the classroom, the curtains were closed. But that didn't mean that she wasn't peeking through a crack. I went to the entrance and locked the door. If Rena checked and found the door unlocked, it would cause more trouble. Rena was in the classroom. There's no way she'd come down this way. She was alone. If she was left in the classroom, everyone would go up and run. They couldn't run because Rena was there, but they were waiting for their chance. The entrance then was Rena's blind spot. As I changed my shoes, I quickly removed what Oishi-san had put in my pocket. There wasn't a radio with an earpiece. It's something that looked like a short police baton. There was also a folded piece of paper. I noticed the piece of paper and saw a note written in small print. Dear Marbara-kun, please hide the bag in your pocket. It picks up even with a low voice, so you can use it to get in touch with me. By using the earpiece, you can hear me in return. There's also a spray for self-protection. It sprays as far as 1 meter. Make sure you aim for the fish. This must be the spray. I guess it's safe to try for it here. I held down the button and gas sprayed out from the nozzle. Compared to Rena's hatchet, this required some caution, but it was small enough to fit inside my hand. It was reassuring that I could hide it so easily. In other words, it was not possible for me to stop Rena. As I realized all my classmates' face rested on my shoulders, I felt sweat form on my face. The memo continued. The spray is just for self-defensive purposes. Pepper spray only impairs eyesight, while it makes your enemy powerless due to extreme pain and coughing for at least 30 minutes, it's not powerful enough to render them unconscious. Therefore, please don't forget there's a possibility that your enemy might fight back desperately in panic. The spray is your last resort. Please don't depend on it, but if you need to, make sure you use it. Oishi. Was he telling me to use it or not? It's probably one of those grown-up issues. If the cops entrusted me solely with the fate of the hostages I felt, they'd be held liable. So while he gave me a weapon, he made me consider its use. I hid the bug and the spray in my pocket and went back to the classroom. I felt a little dizzy, maybe because I was nervous. I was simply following Yuuki's orders because I had no other choice. This is why I wasn't scared. But things were different from before. I had a weapon. I was in a far better position. But my heart was pounding. Humans are so strange. Shit, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do, my brother Keiichi? Didn't want to fight with Rina. The memo said that the spray only reaches as far as 1 meter. 1 meter? That was basically a hand-to-hand battle. That meant I only had one opportunity. I didn't have a second chance. The memo also said I need to aim for her face. That wasn't gonna be easy, shit. Besides, Rina was cautious. How could I stand directly in front of her within 1 meter? But that's what I'd had to do if I was to have any chance of winning. Then I would do anything to reach her goal. She wouldn't even hesitate to kill. Just like how I didn't. Of course, things were already getting extremely serious. An apology definitely wouldn't be enough, but at least there hasn't been any casualties. The more time passed, the more irritated Rina would get. She might demand something again, and she might kill someone. That time to show how serious she was. Bad things aren't already taking place, but that tragedy hasn't occurred yet. But it was almost here. It wasn't very far at all. When I closed my eyes, I could easily picture Rina killing one classmate after another. After I killed Rina and Mion, my room was covered in blood. If she killed 20 people, the classroom would be a pool of it. If that happened, Rina would. She wouldn't realize she was being delusional. She would rip out their throat and die. That would be too big of a cross for her to carry. And one day she would remember and be saddened. She didn't need to go through any of that. I didn't want Rena to go through what I had to go through. Shit. I felt dizzy. This was a very long hallway. I didn't know classrooms were so far. With each step I took, my determination to fight Rena became stronger. Rena would be shocked to realize I betrayed her. But if she couldn't wake up from the nightmare on her own, someone else would have to wake her up. Her friends needed to be the ones that did that.
Welcome back, Katie-kun. Did Oishi-san say anything?
What is this? What is the smell? As soon as I stepped into the classroom, I smelled something. Everyone had moved to one corner of the classroom. The smell reminded me of a gas station. Was it gasoline? I saw a red gasoline container by Rena's feet. The cap was open. It was seemingly sturdy and made of metal. It said gasoline on one side, written in felt marker. She must have spread it across the entire classroom. The smell was almost giving me a headache. No, it wasn't just the classroom. The classmates were soaked in gasoline too. How could she? I see. This was just like a hijacker holding a bomb. If the police were to rush in, she would burn the hostages. I didn't know where she got it, but she had a lighter in her left hand. Dana, what are you doing?
Of course I won't actually do it. This is just insurance. I don't want to barbecue in everybody either. So I hope this will all just end as a joke.
Dana showed off the lighter. Obviously she was trying to threaten me. I heard about people committing suicide by setting themselves on fire. They pour gasoline on themselves and light it ablaze. You might think that it was extinguished right away, but it wouldn't be that bad. But human skin is supposedly very delicate, and they say that 30% of a person's skin gets burned, and if 30%, and they say that even if 30% of the skin gets burned, that's enough to be fatal. If it was your entire body, it would result in death for sure. I'd been put in a disadvantageous position. My weapon might take it in a sight, but I couldn't stop her from using the lighter. She probably used it the moment she attacked. Just trying to drink. Come in. I didn't know if she realized it, but the lighter was the kind of lighter she had would keep burning until the lid was closed. Therefore, all she had to do was light it and drop it on the floor. In other words, my spray can wouldn't make Dana powerless at all. The last resort Oishi-san gave me had already lost all its power. What do you mean, insurance? With those scrapbooks, Oishi-san will convince the rest of the police. After that, their investigation will expose this conspiracy. Right?
Do you really think those scrapbooks are enough? I know government people don't move nearly quickly enough.
And I was thinking that if she didn't see any progress with the scrapbooks, she'd pressure the police by letting them know about the gasoline. Let's trust Oishi for now. We should wait to hear from him, okay?
Yeah, that's right. Okay, then let me pick up where I left off. Anyway, those parasites became harmless with the passage of time. But some people didn't like it. Those people are the three families of Hinamizawa. Therefore, they are.
And it was simply telling everyone what she heard from Takano-san. I started mumbling so I could let Oishi-san know what was going on. What a smell! Scattering a whole portable tank of gasoline. I was pretending to mumble to myself so I could only say it very quietly. I wish I could say it louder, but that was probably impossible. I was unsure if Oishi-san could hear me. I thought of an idea to find out whether or not they could hear me. It would be nice if I heard a car horn honk. Kumatron, honk the horn! Kumagai honked once quickly. Gasoline hall. Shit. That explains the smell. I'm sure she's intending to use it to get what she wants. Kumachan, people usually mean an 18-liter tank when they say portable tank of gasoline, right? Well, probably, but I'm not sure. Komiyama-kun, is there someone from the forestry service here? Could you get him? I see. Those cans have gasoline written on them. Do plastic kerosene tanks have kerosene written on them? Yes. We don't want to mix them up. All the fuel containers have labels. Not too many people know this, but regular portable tanks can't hold gasoline. Gasoline, while common, is extremely flammable, and it can be even lit with static electricity. Therefore, gasolines must be kept in special metal containers. Those are called carrying cans. So, what Marlboro-san called gasoline is really gasoline. Are there different size carrying cans? 18-liter and 5-liter, I think. 5-liter ones are rather flat in shape, aren't they? Yes. It's red and flat with a handle. Marlboro Keiichi called it a portable tank. Do you think it's an 18-liter tank type? Maybe he called it a portable tank because he wasn't familiar with the shape. But either way, if it was gasoline, if it's really gasoline, it's really dangerous. Gasoline burns when lit. But what's even bigger threat than liquid gasoline are the fumes. When gasoline fumes are lit on fire, they explode. Also, gasoline evaporates easily. Even at freezing temperature, it evaporates. So in other words, inside the closed classroom, the fumes would fill the entire space. The classroom would then become a bomb itself. Kumatron, do you know anything about classroom or hazardous materials? No. Oh, I know gasoline fumes are dangerous, but I don't know. I don't know anything more than that. To prepare for the worst case scenario. Hey, good. How are you doing? Happy Halloween. Trick or treat. Let's see. Do I have candy? Let's see, candy. Here we go.
Hi, candy. Yeah. Oh, you drinking?
Oh, I haven't drunk in a while. You're too scared to play Hololive Error. You need me to come over? Oh my god, okay. To prepare for the worst case scenario, I want to find out the difference in scale between the 18 liter and the 5 liter. I know, I'll ask the old guy. Excuse me, could you call the station and see if the old guy from the forensics department is still there? Oh, I heard what's going on. The criminal requested you, huh? Kaboom! Gichi Patsu, Ron! Nahaha. Uradora on top of that too. This isn't a laughing matter anymore. Anyway, we need to play Mahjong. We should set Mahjong up sometime. Maybe next month. Anyway, do you know about fourth class hazardous materials? Fourth class, huh? If we were to add everyone here, we know everything about hazardous materials. Did the suspect spread gasoline or something? Yeah, that's exactly what's happening here. We bugged one of the hostages. Supposedly, the suspect spread gasoline throughout the classroom. But we don't know if it's from a 18-liter can or a 5-liter can. But yeah, kunai. On Blue Protocol, I'm on, my power level is 13k now. I finished the, what do you call it, I forgot already. So I have all the skills I could get right now. Can you tell me the worst case scenarios for both of them? How big is the classroom? Let's see. About approximately 50 square meters. And the room is closed, huh? More than likely. I'm sure the smell must be horrible. That's not a good Oishi. I had a feeling. The classroom will blow up. Everyone in the classroom would be dead for sure. You mean in the case of the 18-liter? Full. I'm talking about the 5-liter one. If I remember correctly, 4 liters is plenty enough to blow up an 8 by 8 meter room. The policeman listening to their conversation on the side went pale. 8 by 8 meters meant a room that was 64 square meters. Only 4 meters were needed to blow that up. And at least 5 liters were scattered in a 50 square meter room. No. In other words, the room has more than enough gasoline, huh? That's not good. I'd rather not hear this, but what would happen if it was an 18-liter can? Let's see. To put it in clear words, Oishi, the dealer's hand is Richi Ipatsu, Pinfu, Tanyao, Aka, and Dora. What do you mean? Buy one from the dealer, 24,000 points. Ah! Buy one. The base distribution is 25,000 points, so there will be 1,000 point stick left. Something like that. There may be 1 pillar left, if you're lucky. Oh my gosh. I don't want that kind of Richie. No. You should call the fire department and get a chemical unit ready. You'll have to You'll need to have them deal with it after the incident's taken care of. Shit. I heard this through the bug, so if a fire engine shows up, the suspect will find out. I guess I'll have to get them ready where she can't see them. Yeah, that's a good idea. You mentioned a bug, didn't you? Yes. I had a chance to come into contact with one of their hostages. I gave him a bug. Oh no! Am I thinking what? I have a bad feeling. What's gonna be said next? That's how I found about the gasoline. That's not good. There have been incidents where sparks from electric devices set gasoline on fire. See, I knew it. I knew that was gonna be brought up. You know, gasoline's flash point is about 300 degrees. Even static electricity can easily cause an explosion. You gotta be kidding me. Why is there such a dangerous liquid available just about anybody? How the heck am I supposed to know? To the fire laws and the automobile companies. Since it's June, the air isn't that dry. But just to be on the safe side, tell them to turn off the listening device off. Oishi-san, according to what I can hear through the bug, the suspect has a lighter. That means if Maribara-san used the pepper spray to stop her, he won't be able to prevent her from igniting the gasoline. And we can't even use the bug anymore. Damn it! Oishi, a lighter is really bad. Don't even have her play with it. The suspect may not know how dangerous gasoline is. From hearing how much she spread, I don't think she knows anything about it. Oishi's back was covered with a cold sweat. He never thought this would turn into such a serious matter. He didn't know how dangerous gasoline was. He didn't know because he never heard of cars exploding in car accidents. He knew it was dangerous, but he didn't know what it was capable of. Gasoline is more dangerous once it evaporates. Therefore, a burning car in an accident and gasoline fumes being ignited are at completely different levels. It's quite simple to understand if you think about how car engines work. Car vaporizes gasoline in a carburetor and let it explode in the engine cylinders. In other words, the little explosion in the engine is what gives cars the power to move. Therefore, if you want more power, an engine needs to be bigger to create a bigger explosion. So if an engine cylinder was the size of a classroom, how much power would it create? Anyone with knowledge of engines would know. But a lot of people don't consider how dangerous evaporated gasoline is because it's too familiar. 25 hostages and one hostage taker. All 26 people were basically stuck in a huge bomb. Furthermore, the suspect might accidentally set it off. If she were to pretend to light the lighter as a threat, that would be the end. All the people around Oishi had gone pale. The classroom might explode at any moment. How could they save all the hostages, especially when the criminal was living on her own delusion, and her requests were something so unreal? Excuse me, I found a letter in the scrapbook. One of the policemen brought over a folded piece of paper. Oishi opened it while the others watched. He saw a girlish handwriting on the paper. He could tell this was written before she invaded the classroom.
Dear Oishi-sama, if you're reading this letter, this means I'm at the final stage. I must have seized the school and held the students as hostages. I'm planning to appoint you as a negotiator, so please pretend to be threatened by me and become my contact with the outside. First thing I want to tell you is that my enemy is the Sonozaki family, and also the aliens, who are pretending to be the parasites that control the Sonozaki family.
Aliens?
I didn't think you believed me if I brought up aliens, so I didn't tell you about them until now. But when you read these scrapbooks, you will understand. The aliens came to Earth in UFOs in ancient times. They landed in Onigafuchi Swamp. They used this village as their breeding grounds. And through selective breeding, they widened their domain. They were successful, and now they're trying to invade the Earth.
What the heck is this? All the other policemen frowned at the letter. No, it's not surprising. I read Takano's other scrapbooks, and they were full of even stranger stories. Personally, I like the one about Ozzy the best. Ozzy the best.
The Sonozaki family, as well as all the village authorities, have been brainwashed by the aliens. The villagers' attempt to revive the cult of Oyashiro-sama were actually part of the aliens' strategy to invade the Earth. The aliens were very clever. They don't let people realize they're being controlled. The EDA clinic must be their secret research center. Please conduct an investigation to expose their secret. Also, please check the bottom of the swamp. The UFO must still be there. Also, capture all the relatives of the three families and take x-rays of their brains. You'll find hideous parasites inside of them. But please be careful. The aliens eliminate whoever finds out about them by placing their host with a look-alike. That's how they've been controlling the village. Therefore, there may be already some aliens among the villagers. It is possible that they will try to interfere with your investigation. As a matter of fact, there have been lookalikes of Takanomiyo, Furude Rika ni Yugurena. If you see any of those three, capture them immediately. That will be the proof of aliens existing upon us.
Takanomiyo, why does she think that? Ah, I know. I told her over the phone that according to the result of the autopsy conducted in the lab over Gifu Prefecture, the day of her death doesn't match. Up. Ah, you're talking about the mistake on her autopsy results? I told her I didn't know why Takanomiyo was witness on the day of the festival when she died the night before. I never thought she'd take it like this. Maybe I joked around too much. It's interesting that she included herself. Did she look in the mirror or something? One of the policemen spoke up. She was one of the pair who searched the garbage dump that night. I can understand that. Remember the night we looked for Yugurena, someone said she was seen in Gogura. That must be it. It was probably both from the villagers. And she must have heard it from somewhere and assumed there's another version of her walking around. Damn, Nostradamus, was it? This is just like that. No matter what happens to her, everything sounds like it was predetermined. Yugurena would blame aliens if she was to trip and fall down now. Or maybe she's coming up with all this crazy stuff so that once she's caught, she can use the insanity defense in court. No, this isn't about this. No, this isn't about that. She really does believe in this crazy stuff. She does from the bottom of her heart. I know that for sure. She truly believes in these stupid shock books. There's another letter. Let's see.
P.S. I was poisoned yesterday with the same stuff that killed Tomitake-san. I was scratching my throat ever since then. I will probably have clawed my throat open by tomorrow. If you can find the antidote when you investigate the idiot clinic, please bring it to me. This sure is something.
This sure is something. Yeah, if she believes in the alien stars, maybe you can trick her with the antidote. But you may not be able to find the antidote. Or maybe it'll take too late by the time you do. Therefore, considering the time I have left, I will set 7 p.m. as the deadline. And if an investigation doesn't take place and the antidote doesn't revive by 7 p.m., I will choose to die. Oh.
Therefore, considering the time I have left...
Oh.
But if you may not find the antidote, or maybe it may be too late by the time you do. Therefore, considering the time I have left, I will set 7 p.m. tonight as the deadline. If an investigation doesn't take place and the antidote doesn't arrive by 7 p.m., I will choose to die with all the hostages while lighting the gasoline instead.
7 p.m.? What time is it now? It's a little before 6. Days are long off nowadays. It doesn't even get dark in the evenings. It'll probably start to get dark around 7 p.m. We only have an hour. No, it might explode even before that. Shit, what can we do now? What the heck is she talking about? An alien invasion? And is she trying to take the hostages with her? That's just crazy. Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. We can negotiate with her normally now. Especially when she thinks she's absolutely insane. Oishi, look what comes next. What?
I'm planning to spread gasoline throughout the classroom. I'm sure you realize how dangerous it is. If anyone suggests storming into the room, please tell them exactly how bad an idea that would be. Also, the hostages are anchored down with U-shaped bicycle locks. Even if those alien policemen rushed in and killed me, they'd have to cut each lock. But if you try cutting them, you might create sparks. Therefore, you need to completely ventilate the room first. In other words, it'll take an extremely long time to rescue all the hostages in the classroom. Actually, I have a different explosion system set up, other than the gasoline I spread. It's a simple time bomb using gasoline and a kitchen timer. The kitchen timer provides electricity at a set time. I rip off the tip of its plug, so they will create enough sparks to ignite the classroom. I already set the timer to 7 p.m. Even if I'm not around, there will be explosion at that time. If the classroom isn't ventilated by that time, it will explode too. I'm sorry to ask you like this, Oishi-san, but please help me so we can avoid a tragedy. Please let the 3 families know that Sonozaki Mion, the successor to the head of the Sonozaki family, Furure Rika, a mascot of the cult of Oyashiro-sama, are in the classroom. If anyone from the 3 families help you, I'm sure their conspiracy will be exposed by tonight. The alien is going to be happy very soon.
Oh, the alien invasion is gonna happen very soon. Please get going quickly. To my ally Oishi-san. Do good, Anna. Oishi threw those scrapbooks to the ground. Damn it! How can she call me her ally? Is the kitchen timer like an alarm clock? Old appliances didn't have timers. A kitchen timer is a device that turns on appliances at a given time. When you plug it in, it provides electricity to set a set time, so the appliance will come on when you want it to. Wow, that's convenient. It's possible to use that to make a time bomb. Using a kitchen timer, that's sure is something a girl could come up with. Why didn't we call the electricity company and turn the electricity off? If there's no power, the timer can't go off. But that won't work either. If the classroom becomes dark, she'll probably light the lighter. Maybe we can give her a sleeping pill as an antidote. But it would have to take effect slowly. I'm sure she'll have a hostage try it first. Be very careful. Understood. I'll get one ready. I need to talk to my brother-son one more time. I have to tell him not to let Yuuki play with the lighter. I also have to tell him to turn the bug off. How about that, by the way? Have you heard anything interesting? The suspect seems to be abusing a hostage. Shit. I think it's Sonozaki Mion. Stop it, Rina! Rina kept hitting Mion, who had her hands tied behind her back. Rina wasn't using her fist, but instead the handle of her hatchet.
Keiichi-kun, you promised me you wouldn't move. If you do, I'll be angry.
Rina's gaze intimidated me. Her eyes were full of madness. I could feel Rina's emotions boiling on the inside. If I opposed her, she would have easily cut Mion's arms off.
What I can't forgive is that you dug up the corpses and turned them to the police. I trusted you.
Rina hit Mion's face over and over. It wasn't just Mion's hands that were tied behind her. Her neck was also tied to the window frame, like with a bike lock. There's no way Mion could protect her face. I didn't know if her forehead was cut or if her nose was bleeding, but her face was covered in blood. The blood got into the handle of the hatchet, and every time she got hit, more blood was spewed on her face. The handle of the hatchet could easily smash her forehead. Because of her position in the Sonozaki family, Mion couldn't say that she hid the bodies, so all she could do was endure. However, Rina continued to attack her. Rina had no longer had any restraint. She might even continue until Mion's front teeth were broken. Stop it, Rina! Haven't you done enough? I'll tell you the truth, so Rina, please stop hitting her.
The truth? What is it, Keiichi-kun?
No, you can't, Kei-chan. Everyone, please don't listen to what I'm about to say. I may say some disturbing stuff, but it isn't anything wrong. So please don't listen. Even if you hear it, forget that you did. Please.
What are you gonna tell me? Go on, Keiichi-kun.
It's not a complicated story. That was for your sake. We found it afterwards that the place you buried the bodies was going to be clear-cut this summer. So we thought We had to do something about it, so Mion hid them in a safer place.
You told me the same story the other night. Didn't I tell you that was something Mi-chan made up?
Why would she lie? She wanted to help her friend. Mion did it for you.
That's a lie. I won't believe it. Why did you do that without talking to me then?
Why did Mion even have to tell her? Mion was trying to be delicate. Mion was trying her best to hide what Rena did. Mion knew Rena was at her wit's end, and that's why she did it in secret. But Rena didn't want to believe her.
That's not so, Keiichi-kun. How contemptible of you, Mi-chan, to even deceive him. I won't say anything about your tricks during the club activities, but this, I can't forgive you. I can't forgive you. I can't forgive you. I can't forgive you.
Stop it! Don't hit Mion. Mion didn't do anything. I never knew having your hands tied behind your back was that scary. Mion got hit repeatedly with the handle of the hatchet. So she could only endure. She couldn't even protect herself with her hands.
Hey, is it true, Mi-chan? If so, why didn't you tell me?
Can't you understand Mion's position? She has to follow certain rules as a member of the Sonozaki family. Shouldn't you be grateful that what she's done for you? I may have said it too aggressively. Then it turned around and glared at me.
That's right, Keiichi-kun. Mi-chan sold me out to the police because of the circumstances surrounding the Sonozaki family. She sold out her friend. I was her friend. I really liked her. That was mean, Mi-chan. I really did like you so much. Why? How could you? Ah!
This was senseless. Rena cried as if being bullied, but she was the one doing the bullying. Normally, this would be so odd as to be impossible, but I had seen this scene before. I liked you. I trust you. As I cried, I beat her to death. Rena repeatedly begged me to trust her, yet I beat her. I know what it's like to be the one doing the beating. Stop. Stop! 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 Stop, Rena! Don't you realize what you're doing? You're hurting your friend with your own hands. I understand what you're feeling. I know you're sad because your friend betrayed you, right? But that's just a misunderstanding. We didn't betray you. We've been thinking about you this whole time. But she couldn't see that. Even if she died, then it wouldn't realize she'd made a terrible mistake. But someday, you'll realize. Even an insensitive guy like me realized, so Rena would realize it for sure. And that's when you'd feel even sadder, Rena. You will remember this bloody Mion one day. Then you'll realize that you were the one who made her bloody, and you'll regret it. And you will regret that you did. But I was the only one that could understand that because I remembered. There was no way for Rena to understand or realize that. I wonder if I was suffering the most of all. There was no way to avoid a tragedy. This was exactly the same tragedy with different actors. The main actor was Rena instead of me, but it was the same thing. Where was I? I was in the audience now. I knew how the story ended, but I couldn't come on to the stage. Stop, Rena. Stop. Stop.
Are you crying? What's wrong, Keiichi-kun?
I stood up slowly and walked towards Rena. Just like what Rena did for me before, with my arms open. Please stop. Stop this, Rena. You may not know why now. You may not know why you have to stop now, but if you don't, you'll regret it someday. So please stop.
Keiichi-kun, I'll be mad if you don't move back to the wall.
Rena's eyes went cold, and she lifted the hatchet in her right hand.
Don't, Kid-chan.
Okay. Mion told me, but with such a bloody face, how could she be?
Are you gonna hit me with a hatchet? If you come any closer, I will, without any hesitation. I won't hit you anymore, Keiichi-kun. But I want to be with you until the end. So please don't make me mad, okay? Okay?
She sounded gentle, but her expression was telling me there really would be no hesitation. Rena would crack my head open with a hatchet immediately. But who cares? If you're in my shoes, what do you think you would do?
Of course! I don't want to die, so I won't oppose my opponent. If they had a weapon, I would be scared.
That's a lie.
That's a lie! Oh, that's a lie.
I know. I know you're strong enough to give your own life for the sake of your friend. It's my turn now. My turn to be strong. I'm just like you. I won't hesitate to give up my own life for my friends. If you want, I'll give that life to you. So, stop this. If you trust your friends, stop hunting her. Stop hurting her. The same pain will attack you later, so stop. Nobody's trying to scare you. We're all thinking about you. Don't doubt it. Please believe it. Trust me. If you can come to trust me by smashing my head in, go ahead and crush my head with that hatchet. Don't try to protect myself.
Don't come any closer! If you do, I'll light this place up!
Then I lifted the lighter overhead.
You fool!
How long are you gonna dream about such crazy things? You already know that yourself, don't you? That's just all a bad dream. You just want someone to wake you up. I'm here. I'm here to wake you up from your nightmares.
You're the one who has to wake up, Keiichi-kun. Can't you believe that these aliens are trying to invade the village? You believed me back then. Are you doubting me again? Can you trust me?
And I opened the lid of the lighter. I could tell her thumb was about to light it. Then I was prepared to die along with everyone else. Then I would die without knowing the truth. She would die believing it was the world that was crazy. She would die cursing everything in this world. That was the storyline of this tragedy, wasn't it? This was the theater from hell. What an interesting script. Who wrote it? A devil? Shit! I won't let this happen again. Don't underestimate my brother Keiichi, the original main character. Don't think the same storyline will work again. I'll take over the script this time, and I'm going to destroy it. I won't let this bad ending take place. I'm going to destroy their expectations. You're the one who doesn't trust me, Rena. Just trust me. Shut up and trust me. This is all for your own sake. As the main character of the previous tragedy, I'm telling you this. You just shut up and listen to me.
What are you talking about, Keiichi-kun? Shut up and trust you? You're the one who doesn't trust me, Keiichi-kun. Why don't you believe me?
Shut up! I know you're wrong. I know how you'll end up. So I know you're gonna regret it in the future. I don't want you to finish your life without realizing that what you've done. You just don't know how sad it is yet.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you okay, Keiichi-kun?
Yeah, I bet. I bet you have no idea what I'm talking about. I'll tell you. I'll tell you the story of a pathetic guy. Once upon a time, there was a pathetic guy named my brother Keiichi. He had no complaints about his life, and he spent every day having fun with his friends. But one day, he started to doubt them. After a while, he started to doubt everything. He didn't notice how worried his friends were. He didn't hurt them repeatedly. How sorrowful. They trusted each other, but they couldn't let each other know. Can you believe something as stupid as that actually happened?
Then I'll beat
you and Mion with a metal bat to the point of death. But you begged me to trust you until your final moments. You didn't even try to protect your head. You trusted me till your final moments, reaching your hands out to me. I didn't realize what you were doing, and you beat me to and beat you to death anyway. You know how sinful that was? I bet you had no idea. That's why I have to make up for what I've done. I'm gonna stop you, Rena.
If you come any closer, I'll light the lighter.
Just as you tried to save me with your life, I'm gonna save you, Rena. I still remember how magnificent you were when you died. You weren't even afraid of it. These words will reach him. These words will reach him, she thought. These next words will make Keiichi-kun realize.
Trust me, Rena!
That's when Rena hit my head with a ratchet. I crumbled down to the floor. She hit me with the handle, but my head was probably cut open. I felt blood on my face.
Poor Keiichi-kun. That's not of your own will. That's the parasites that are living in your brain. The parasites that are living in your brain are controlling you. Ueshi-san will find the medicine for it. When it comes, I'll let you take the medicine first. Then you'll be free. You'll return to the Keiichi-kun that I loved. Just hang in there for a little while longer, okay?
Damn you! I heard the phone ringing in the teacher's office. Rena listened to the phone ring for a while, then realized it was for her. Rena tried to answer the phone in the classroom, but she couldn't figure out how to transfer the call, so she decided to answer it in the teacher's office instead.
I'm going to the office for a bit. Don't run away, okay? If any of you are missing, something terrible will happen to me-chan, okay?
Rena glared at everyone in the classroom, intimidating them, and then left. That's when I heard a honk from the outside. I remembered the signal from earlier. Did Oishi want to get in touch with me? I bent down and put the receiver in my ear. Can you hear me? This is Kumagai from the Okinomiya station. Please cough if you can hear me. Very good. Please listen carefully. The suspect spread everywhere is very dangerous. The classroom is filled with vaporized gasoline right now. It's like a bomb. Please don't aggravate Ryugu-san and don't ever let her play with the lighter. Please don't provoke her anymore like you just did, okay? This book is awful. It's possible for gasoline fumes do ignite at the slightest spark. Therefore, please turn the bug off after this communication. That's just to be on the safe side. Also, one last thing. According to the suspect's notes, she has a time bomb. She has set a time bomb. A time bomb? She used a kitchen timer to make this a simple time bomb, and the classroom will explode if it goes off. We're trying to get some sleeping pills ready to give to her as an antidote. But we don't have much time left. According to her note, the timer is set for 7 p.m. I looked at the wall clock. It was 6:45 p.m. There were only 15 minutes left. I could hear Rena screaming into the phone.
No! The time has already been set! Hurry up, Oishi-san! I won't wait for even a second longer!
As you can hear, Rena is refusing to reset the timer. She's gonna kill herself in 15 minutes. I remember thinking the same way as Rena. After I killed Rena and Mion, I knew the police would come. I thought someone would solve the mystery after I was dead. If that's what Rena was thinking, then she had been planning to kill herself from the beginning. What do you want me to do? The sleeping pills will arrive soon, but if an explosion took place before we could negotiate, there would be no point. We want you to find the time bomb and disassemble it. You mean cutting red and blue cords like in the movies? It's probably simpler than that. According to the suspect, she used a kitchen timer. It's not a battery-operated one. It's one of those ones you plug in. It looks like an alarm clock. Do you see anything like that in an outlet in the classroom? There was one outlet in the back and another in the front of the classroom. I checked. I didn't see anything that was plugged in. No, I don't see anything. If an ignition was taking place somewhere else, it shouldn't work. It must be somewhere in the classroom. No, I don't think so. The only cord coming from the hallway is the one for Rena's phone. Is it possible that the kitchen timer to be battery operated? It's the type that's powered by electricity. Could it possibly be in another room? If there's a different room where she spread gasoline, then the timer could be in there. Are you telling me to check the whole school in 15 minutes? Damn. I'm in charge here, you know. But if I stayed here, I'd die in 15 minutes. This wasn't a time to be pessimistic. This was probably my last chance to stop this tragedy from taking place. She spread the gasoline where I went out to deliver the scrapbooks, so she must have done it in a fairly short time. I really didn't think she had enough time to spread it anywhere else other than the classroom. Then, where was the time bomb? We're doing everything we can here, so please help us. That's all. If you don't have any questions, I'll end the communication. Is there anything else? No, not really. Wait, yeah. I do have one thing to say. What is it? Please tell Ishi that he should never have told Nina about my past. If I come out of this alive, I'll punch him, so he'd better be prepared. Wait, 2 punches. One for telling Rena about me, and another for telling me about Rena. I understand. Oishi-san is disappointed in himself for letting Rena fool him. I'm sure he'll be happy to let you throw a punch or two. Is that all now? Is that it now? Yes. I've already wasted a few minutes here. See ya. Be safe. Rena was still on the phone. Oishi-san was definitely trying to stall her. what I could tell, it sounded like he was telling her that they investigated the main Sonozaki residence and found something awful in their basement or something like that. Hey, if you went too far, then it would believe everything again. Milan was gonna get hit again for lying.
Chichi,
Sotoko-chan and Nika-chan caught up to me.
did you hear? Traps are my specialty. I can't let Dina-san do this to me.
Sotoko realized how serious the situation was as well. The lives of the hostages, including her own, were about to be taken. Yes, yet she tried to remain strong. Sotoko, even if you die, please don't hit Rena. Rena's sick. She was just unfortunate enough to get this tragic disease. Remember, it's so much fun together.
Sotoko, I still believe both you and Nina are my wonderful friends. How can you say that she's your friend? How can you still say that she's your friend after what she's done to Mion-san? But you can't understand, Sotoko. Once a demon starts to act up inside, no matter how tragic the outcome, you can't just stop it.
Sotoko quietly hung her head. I didn't understand what Riko was trying to say to Sotoko, but maybe.
I believe in Rena-san. There you go, Sotoko.
I hugged Sotoko's head. Riko-chan's arms were tied, so she couldn't embrace Sotoko, but she put her forehead closer to her in praise. Okay then, I'm asking the world's best trap expert. If you were to blow up this room, where would you set a time bomb?
Count on me. The device has to be connected to an outlet, huh?
Yeah, that's right, but it could be somewhere other than this room. It's possible that she spread gasoline all over the room, a different room, and set the device there.
No, I don't think she had enough time to do that. She had gasoline hidden close by and only spread it here. That was about all the time she had.
I remember now. Rena told me last night that she had to prepare for something today. That means she had things ready since then, at least.
Those are all the hints I get.
What would a cruel mind-creeping game?
You can find it, Sotoko. If you can't, there's no way I can. I'm wagering all my trust in you. You can do it, Sotoko. In order to save Dana, please find it.
In that case, very well. I shall prove that the Dana-san's trap is child's play compared to one of my own. I'm gonna ask you one more time. If you were to blow up this room, where would you set up a time bomb? Sotoko grinned and closed her eyes to concentrate. Who are you people? Move over. Who's in charge here? Several cars had arrived, producing several men. They were from the Okinomiya station. One of the men was wearing a suit, despised the hot weather. He approached me, pushing Kumagai aside. Hey, look who's here. Good to see you again, Okata-kun, from the prefectural headquarters. Watch your mouth. I'm a rank much higher than you, you know. So don't address me so casually. Can I help you with something, Okata-kun? I'm rather busy at the moment. You can't possibly be thinking about taking over this case. Who approved that exactly? I did, Oishi-kun. Chief? Takasugi-kun has informed me of the situation. He told me that you started all this. You can go now. The troops will take over. The troops? Okata-kun, you aren't going to storm the building, are you? I understand the risk, but we don't have any time left before the time bomb goes off. You've taken too long. We're gonna take care of the mess you left behind. Just step back for a moment. I couldn't talk back if both the chief and the guy from the prefectural headquarters gave me an order. Oishi-san, who the heck is he? Also Kata-kun, Nuhu. A long time ago, he was showing off even though he was bad at mahjong, so I taught him a lesson. Or maybe he's still holding a grudge from when I knocked him unconscious in that kendo tournament. Obviously, we didn't get along. Give me the latest update, Oishi-kun. Are you serious about storming the school? We're about to settle this thing peacefully with some sleeping pills. What are you trying to accomplish here? It's too late for that. If we had another hour, it would be possible. Instead, a special unit from the prefectural police department will move in. Your unit will be backed up. Chief, you know what's going on, don't you? That costume itself is turned into a huge bomb. But even the costume isn't the bomb we're scared of. It's the suspect, Ryugu. We finally calmed her down and found a way to settle this peacefully. And we're about to start that operation. I know we only have 10 minutes, but I'll make sure this works. I'll continue negotiating. If it doesn't work, I'll be blown up. You can sit back and say, I told you so, okay? Oishi-kun, the special unit from the prefectural police department isn't any old unit. You've heard about the second company, haven't you? What's that, Oishi-san? Is this second company that well known? You remember from 5 years ago when the JRA attacked that airplane, Flight 472? I heard that special counter-terrorist units were put together in Tokyo and Osaka after that incident. So they really do exist. But why would a special unit from Osaka be here? Otaka smiled proudly. We just happen to be holding a training session with your prefectural police unit. We requested their help. Nahaha, you haven't changed, have you? You have a bad tendency to escalate matters quickly. The company members exited the vehicles one after another and took position. They didn't move like policemen. Otaka-kun, are you really gonna have a gunfight here? One shot is all it'll take to trigger an explosion. Don't worry, they won't use firearms. They're using riot shields and riot guns. These guns send out tear gas at high pressures. There'll be no issues with explosions. Wow, I never heard of such convenient water guns. By the way, can that toy reach the classroom from across the schoolyard? You don't need to worry about that. You just have to move over and let us do our job. As I lift my arms exaggeratedly, one elbow accidentally touched the car horn, which honked. Of course, I did it on purpose. Are you trying to get my brother Keiichi's attention? Of course. I hope he heard it. What are you telling him now? They're probably thinking about breaking one of the windows with a grenade, then shooting tear gas into the room. They have no idea how serious Yuuki is. Deadly serious. Even if the noise of the window breaking could drive her over the edge. Are you saying the special unit can suppress her? Of course not. That's why we've been so careful. Yugurena has been intending to kill herself this whole time. A raid doesn't work on people who don't care about dying. We only have Maribaro's son now. Oh, Oishi-san. Here he is. Oh, this is Oishi. This is Oishi. Can you hear me now? Please cough. This is an emergency. Please listen. I have a feeling this isn't good news. Unfortunately, you're right. The prefectural police are getting involved. They're gonna ruin everything we've worked for so far. There's a special unit about to break in. Hey! The only reason I haven't used my pepper spray is because that won't stop her from igniting the gas. A raid won't work. The prefectural police don't understand that Ryugu-san is prepared to die. They're assuming that the lighter is just a threat and that she isn't really going to use it to ignite the gas. They'll break in within 5 minutes or so. Please take the lighter from Ryugu before they move in. Is that in addition to the order to do something about the time bomb? Yes, that's right. You gotta be kidding me. You want me to take the lighter from Lena and do something about the time bomb? All within 5 minutes? Come on. You're the only one we can count on. I'm begging you.
How is it, Satoko? Can you think of something?
I just have to check the hallway on the first floor to check whether it's there or not. Knowing Rena-san's patterns, if it was on the first floor, it would be there. And if it was on the second floor, it would be there. I just have to check if there's a cord in the hallway on the first floor, right? It should be there. If Rena-san was in a normal state of mind, I would know for certain, but with her being like this, I can't really figure out how her thought pattern right now. Okay, I'll do something. We don't even have time to think about it. I'll look into these two options myself. I don't want another tragedy. You demons down in hell, I bet you're just waiting for an amusing ending to unfold while eating some popcorn. I won't let that happen. I'm gonna change everything. And I'm going to make you pick up your popcorn off the floor. I spoke to Rena as she continued on with her story about the aliens.
Eh? What is it? What's the matter, Keiichi-kun?
Hey, didn't you hear something just now? Rena looked quiet and looked around. Rena had become totally paranoid about everything. Once she became worried, she couldn't ignore it.
Really? Are you sure, Keiichi-kun?
Yeah, I'm sure I heard something. I knew she'd want to check it herself, but she couldn't leave the room for something like that. So just in that case, she'd have to ask me to check for her. Rena must be thinking the same thing.
Keiichi-kun, can you go check?
Rena-chan gave me an order with a fake smile on her lips. Yeah, okay. Rena watched me go out of the hallway. As I did, she spoke to me.
Don't make me angry, okay?
Trust me, I'm your friend.
Yeah, I trust you. I trust you. So don't betray me, okay?
After freed from Rena, I looked for a cord in a hurry. I didn't even have 5 minutes. The office probably had more outlets than anywhere else. I headed to the teacher's office. Shit, where are the outlets? Light switches, outlets can always be found near entrances. Damn it, why did the clock in the teacher's office have to make such a loud ticking noise?
Don't worry, Keiichi will find it.
Rin-san would, if I were Rin-san. Rin-san was even more mistrusting than usual. Where would she set the trap? A trap actor like myself ought to be able to discern that. Oh, what's this? A plug inserted inside the unit under the principal's desk. And I saw a cord extending under the door to the reception room. There shouldn't have been any reason why a cord had to be extended to that room. The reception room had an outlet on its own. I tiptoed over to the reception room and opened the door. The door squeaked as I cracked it open a little. I poked my head inside the reception room. I saw the suspicious cord crossing the room and extending under the door to the hallway. I followed the cord through the reception room. I opened the door to the hallway and the cord was extending to the closet area. The storage closet was used to hold cleaning chemicals. I can smell them from here. The cord was extending into there. I carefully opened the door and turned the light on. The cord was attached to another extension cord, and there was an alarm clock that didn't belong there. I found it. The time bomb. So all I had to do was unplug the cord. I picked up the alarm clock. It looked like a normal alarm clock. Actually, it was a normal alarm clock. I remembered Kumagai-san calling it a kitchen timer. He said it was a bit like an alarm clock, but it wasn't a bit like an alarm clock. It was an alarm clock. Wait, didn't alarm clocks use batteries? This alarm is was a battery powered one too. It looked like the extension cord. I looked at the extension cord, and there's nothing plugged into it. Eh? What was this extension cord for? Why was this extending all the way from the teacher's office? No, Keiichi-san, run! Satoko! That's the wrong place! You've been tricked! A black shadow was covering me. I felt my body freeze. It was so frozen that I felt it was about to crack. I turned around slowly, and I saw someone holding a hatchet above their head. I dropped the alarm clock. I made a noise as it hit the ground.
Why did you follow the extension cord? And why did you have the alarm clock in your hands? Why did you?
All the cells in my body were frozen. This was Rina's trap. Rina was suspicious of everyone, including me. This whole time, she thought there was someone connected to the people outside. This trap was to lure that person out. Only the people outside knew about the time bomb. I was told about the whole thing, and so I followed the extension cord and picked up the alarm clock. How stupid of me. Wait, Rina!
I trusted you, Keiichi-kun! How could you?
Rina hit me with the back side of the ratchet earlier. It was painful, but it didn't kill me. But this time, she was holding the ratchet the right way. It wouldn't just crack my forehead. It would split my entire head open. And I lifted the hatchet mercilessly. She moved slowly, as if everything was in slow motion. She looked almost divine. Maybe it was really holy. I was praying after all. Praying? What was I praying for? I was praying for my life.
Ah!
It was so sudden, but I couldn't tell what happened. Dika-chan had jumped into Rena from behind. I didn't know what kind of weapon Dika-chan used. But Rena started moaning. It clearly hurt. That brought me back to reality. I couldn't just watch them. I had to get the lighter from Nina.
Ah! You don't think you can win with mere force?
Nina knew I was after the lighter. She closed her fingers around it tightly. Dika-chan was grabbing into the arm Nina was holding the hatchet in. I wanted to tell her to run, but thanks to Dika-chan, I could use both of my hands to get the lighter.
Ah!
The lighter flew out of Rina's hand. It hit the hallway floor and dropped to the ground. I picked it up. At the same moment, Rina managed to shake off Dika-chan.
Keiichi-san, I know now! I figured it out!
I heard Satoko screaming it from the classroom. Satoko had figured out where Rina hid the time bomb. I wanted to catch Rina, but I didn't have time for that. I had to do something about the time bomb instead.
Keiichi, hurry up and go back to Satoko.
Dika-chan had spread her arms, blocking Rina's path forward.
What are you doing? Just run! Keiichi, this isn't the first time I've done this to you. Don't you remember?
Eh?
If I tried a little harder the previous time, you could have made it.
Oh.
So this time, you're gonna make it. Just go.
I don't know what Rika was talking about, but there was one thing I did know. Just like Jin and Mion were ready to give up their lives for their friends, I was willing to give up mine. Rika-chan was prepared for that too. Therefore, telling Rika-chan to run was like telling her she wasn't my friend. And so, I depended on my friend Rika-chan. Thank you, Rika-chan!
Keiichi-san, we're running out of time!
Leaving it to Rika-chan, I dashed for the classroom. As soon as Rika heard Keiichi's footsteps reach the classroom door, she sighed in relief. As she did, Rina's black shadow came ever closer.
That's great! That's just great! This isn't a cult activity, you know? You'll be killed for real! You'll be killed by an angry Rina! You're not afraid of me, are you? You're amazing, Rika-chan.
Rika grabbed a mop as she ran from the storage closet. She picked it up and held it upside down like a spear. Rika's stance told Rina that she was ready to fight. Rika didn't look like a little girl anymore. She looked so brave that Rina was even startled by it.
Boy, you really are amazing. You aren't afraid of being killed at all, huh?
Rika smiled cynically. Rika never smiled like that this way. You really think I would be afraid of death? I've experienced several hundred deaths up until now. Why should I be afraid of it all of a sudden?
You aren't Rika-chan, are you? You're the one I met that night. Show yourself, alien. Where's the real Rika-chan?
The real Rika? She's right here.
Nipa! The way you're looking down on me. That really is like Rika-chan. I get it. Oyoshiro-sama's an alien. The Furude family is descended from him, and therefore you're a descendant of aliens. I'll crack your head open and drag out all the parasites in your brain.
Then Nell raised her hatchet and charged at Rika with a scream.
Yeah! One swing is all I need to smash your head open.
Then I looked up like a beast charging towards its prey. Rika took a step backward and lowered her head, prepared to counterattack. She did it with no hesitation.
Even a minute is plenty. I'll play with you.
Come on, Hatchet Girl.
You not get it, Keiichi-san?
All the hints were already in place this morning.
Calm down, Satoko.
Explain more slowly so I can understand. What are you trying to say? It's simple if you remember. Come on, it's quite obvious when you do. Hey, something sticks today. Close the windows.
Silly, it'll be hotter in here if we get...
Silly, it'll be hotter in here if we close the windows.
We had been smelling gasoline from the outdoors.
There's no forestry people in the office, so they weren't doing any work today. The smell wasn't coming from anywhere. Anything they were doing. In other words, the smell was of this gasoline. And I hid the gasoline in the classroom. She had it in a plastic container. You can't smell the gasoline that's in a plastic container. So in other words, she had more gasoline ready than just in the container. She used to spread it around the classroom. Where's the smell coming from? Was it coming from outside? Vaporized gas is heavier than air. It stinks. Therefore, another hint other than that. There's another hint other than that. What? Our ball's missing. You hit it again, didn't you, Hojo?
Why would I hide such a stupid thing? If I was gonna hide something, I'd hide something better than that.
Kids who would love to play with their ball would never lose it. It should have been in the same place as always. But it was gone. Oh, that must mean Dina used it for something. The gasoline was coming from above. A ball was missing, so maybe it was stuffed somewhere.
Dina-san blocked the drain with a ball and poured gasoline in the drain canal.
Where?
On the roof on the second floor.
The drain extended along the roof of the second floor, then came straight down to the ground. If it was plugged and filled with gasoline, it's like a huge Molotov cocktail that extended from the ground to the floor of the second floor. Therefore, the drain canal ran by the classroom windows. If a canal exploded, the classroom would explode too.
Therefore, the time bomb must be...
I bet she ran an extension cord out to the second floor window. It's on the rooftop. I picked up a pair of scissors and cut Satoko's bonds. By the way, how did Rika-chan free herself from the rope?
I apologize for not being thin enough to slip out myself.
I rubbed Satoko's head. Take care of the rest here. I'm gonna go up to the roof. As I jumped out of the classroom, Satoko stopped me.
Keiichi-san, here!
What is it?
What is it?
Something silver sailed through the air. I caught it. It was a metal bat.
That's Mimi! Make sure you give it back to me, okay?
Sure thing. Thanks, Satoko. The metal bat fit right in my palm. I didn't even feel its weight. It really eased my mind. The name Satoshi was written on the handle. This was the bat that belonged to Satoko's brother, Satoshi. He was the victim of last year's tragedy. You and I were the same. I won't let another tragedy take place. I'll treat this as a gift from you, who is waiting in the wings. Let's rip apart this script of this demonic tragedy together. Let's go, Satoshi. As I tried to run up the stairs, I heard a loud noise coming from the hallway by by the teacher's office. I saw Rika-chan rolling on the floor. Damn, Rika-chan! You held out as long as you could. Damn it. Damn it. If my body were 5 years older.
You're next, Keiichi-kun! Wah!
Shit, I have to go. I have to get to the rooftop.
How did you figure it out? How did you? Still, I won't let you get up there?
Yenna's face looked unbelievably scary. She was ready to rip me apart if she caught me. In that case, just try me. I jump up the stairs, skipping every other step. I turned on the bug in my pocket. I didn't have time to put on the earphones. As Senna flew up the stairs, her foot got caught on a jump rope. She tripped, and then 3 buckets fell on her head. The result of Satoko's trap.
Ow, 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 ow! It was Satoko-chan, huh?
Satoko-chan leaned against the wall and waved her index finger in a mocking gesture.
Oh ho ho! You were pretty good, but you are about 300 million light years too early to go up against a trap expert like me. Satoko-chan, light years are a unit of distance, not time.
The fourth bucket hit Satoko on the head. I continued up to the rooftop. Yenna ignored Satoko and ran after me. Oh, Oishi-san! I did it! I got the lighter! I know where the time bomb is. It's on the rooftop in the train canal. I'm heading up there right now. Oishi-san, is that it? Oishi grabbed a pair of binoculars from Kumagai and looked at the rain gutter on the rooftop. There's something like an alarm clock sitting there. The cord from the clock were extending to the second floor window. It was so obvious, but they didn't even notice it until just then. Satoko was working hard to remove her classmates' restraints, but she couldn't do anything about the bike lock on Mion's neck. Just run, everyone! Forget about me!
Oh, that doesn't sound like Mio-san. Why don't you act like a club president even in a situation like this? All you have to do is, as our president, is to give an order to undo this lock, okay?
Satoko reached for the back of her collar and produced a bent hairpin. Satoko opened the window, climbed into the windowsill, and faced the bike lock that was restraining Mion. Everyone, open up the curtains and the windows, then run! But Class Prez, what about my Barasan? The police will help Kei-chan. All you need to do is run as soon as possible. Huh? You unlock it already? To me, this type of lock is child's play. The binoculars were trained on the classroom. All the curtains were open as well as the windows. The children in turn were all running into the schoolyard. Oishi pushed Otaka-san aside, then grabbed his radio and yelled into it. All units go! Go, go! Secure the hostages. The suspect is going up the second floor, running after one of them. Hey, what are you doing? Otaka tried to grab the radio from Oishi, but Kumagai stepped in. Oishi-kun, give me back the radio. Give me back the radio. There's a dull noise and Otaka crumbled to the ground, convulsing. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess my knees happened to hit your balls. The classroom is still filled with gasoline. Be very careful. You're forbidden to use any gas bombs or flares. Again, do not use any gas bombs or flares. The whole place will blow. Support Unit to HQ. We're secured 24 hostages. One is injured. This is the assault unit. This is your assault unit. We're trying to take control of the first floor. We got a problem. The electrical room is locked. We can't get in. You can't get in? Can you break down the door? It's located directly opposite of the classroom. The smell of gasoline is very strong here. We might ignite the gases when breaking down the door. We'll wait for further orders. Shit, we could still turn the we could have just turned the power off. Forget the electrical room. Go secure the second floor. Assault unit, roger that. Alpha. Go, go, go! Otaka-kun? What were you going to do if you failed to secure the electrical room? That's what the special unit was for. This is a problem with rich boys. We'll have to secure the clock's outlet now. Sniper unit to HQ. I can see the male hostage on the rooftop of the first floor. Oishi-san, that's Maibara-kun. Give me the speaker. Maibara-san! The clock is plugged into the back room on the second floor. I shook my head repeatedly. I couldn't do that. Rena was coming after me, so I couldn't head that way. What else could I do? The only way was to go up the roof of the second floor and get the clock from there. Barbara-san, continue up to the roof of the second floor. I'll direct you from there. Oishi-san was telling me to go up further. Satoko only told me that it was on the rooftop of the second floor, and she didn't tell me where exactly. She only told me it was in a rain canal, but maybe Oishi found it with his binoculars. I put my foot on the railing on the veranda and ran up to the rooftop. I never felt so light. I felt like I could lift myself with just 2 or 3 fingers. That's it! Keep going! It's in the furthest end of the drain pipe. You only have 30 seconds! 30 seconds would be plenty of time. I could get there in half of that. Over there. What was it? It was... Sniper Unit HQ. I can see the suspect on the rooftop of the first floor. I wish you could fire, but you're using live ammo, aren't you? It's not tear gas or anything, is it? Oh, it's live ammunition. Use those in the military. Japanese, please don't use anything like that. Maibara-san, she's after you. Hurry. She'll be here soon. She'll be there soon. How many more seconds do I have? Who cares? Ah! I slid down the roof and grabbed the kitchen timer that was sitting on the drain pipe, which was filled with gasoline. There's a cord with a copper wire attached to it. This was supposed to create sparks and start an explosion. The hands on the clock kept moving, with the second hand trying to reach the second minute. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Ah! I threw it to the ground. A moment later, I heard the noise of something breaking. Did I do it? Assault Unit to HQ! The time bomb has been stopped. Yes! Oishi-san, we did it! We did it! Yes, Maibara-san, good job. Keiichi-san certainly made me nervous. Cutting it close isn't elegant, you know. Not only the policemen, but the children who were on their way to the ambulances raised their voices in cheer. Oishi-san, there's a message from the fire department. The scene is still dangerous, so order all units to retreat immediately. Isn't the time bomb gone though? Although the ignition device is gone, It's still extremely dangerous. The lives of the assault unit might be at stake. Damn! What about my Barakun up there? Can he jump off? Oishi-san, according to the map, there's a flower bed by the school building. We'll tell him to jump over there. Oishi-san to our unit, stop the operation. Fall back immediately. Fall back immediately. Fall back. Alpha here, roger that. Beta here, roger that. Fall back, fall back. Can you hear me, my Mama-san? Yuga-san too. It's too dangerous to stay there. It might explode any minute. There's a flower bed by the school building. Jump down there. A flower bed? Damn it, I can't see it from here. But it didn't sound like I had enough time to look for it. I noticed a white hand at the edge of the roof, followed by Dina's head. Dina slowly crawled up to the rooftop. I waited for her there.
I never thought you would find it. It was all for nothing.
Dina scratched at her throat. The band-aids peeled off, and her throat started to bleed.
It's game over.
It's game over, Rina. We were confronting each other on the rooftop of the second floor. This wasn't a club activity, but a real battle. Rina was glaring at me with hatred at first. But maybe because she had already given up, she'd start smiling wickedly. I heard the chorus of the Higurashi in the background, as if to cool us down from the heat of battle. I didn't think we needed their service yet, though.
Yeah, if it was a board game, you would have reached a goal and won. But this isn't a game. So this isn't a goal. This is a dead end.
Shit, you don't give up, do you? You really are strong. You never give up. You fight until the bitter end. You keep believing until that point, too.
Praise me like you won't make me happy now. You ruined everything that I risked my life for, Katie-kun. I was simply trying to protect our species from the aliens. You ruined it. If humans go extinct, it will be your fault, Katie-kun. It will be recorded in history.
I didn't mean to laugh, but I couldn't help it. My name would be written down in the history books of the aliens, as the one who destroyed the human species. Somehow that kind of sounded cool. No matter what you have to say, I won this game. I've already won, and you just don't want to admit it, that's all.
Yeah, maybe you're right. But maybe that's not how it works. A game doesn't end when there's a winner. It ends when there's a loser. That means, for me, winning isn't enough.
What do you mean? I tapped my shoulder with a metal bat, gesturing for Dina to come here. Oh, see, I'm gonna make you understand that you lost. I won't run or hide. Do you know why? According to rules of our club, we don't run in from our enemies. I'll prove to you that you already lost, Dina. Are you ready? Parasites and aliens? How stupid. Who would believe in these things like that these days? I only laugh.
You never believed me in the first place, yet you pretended you did. How dare you deceive me? I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you.
I don't care if you believe in these things, but I will never believe in anything that's stupid. Well, if I did believe in anything like that, I would rather believe in the buried treasures of the Tokugawa shogunate. But if you still want me to believe, don't you remember club rules? Whoever concedes victory is the correct one.
There you go.
And I grinned at each other, and as we went around in circles on the rooftop, we both checked the distance between us. If you can take me down, I'll believe your alien stories. I'll perform a mysterious dance every morning and night to call the UFOs to come over and beam up livestock. But then, if I take you down, then I want you to be ready.
I don't think you even need to think further than that. I don't think you do. You'll never defeat me.
But Dina came at me with a heavy strike. I caught it easily with the metal bat. It looked like there were some sparks. This was finally getting interesting. Hey, maybe you shouldn't do that yet. You know, you might be wrong, you know. When I went through a lot of fierce battles in our club, I learned something. I learned something about myself. Now I know what I need to bring out my ultimate power.
Really? I wonder what it is. I wonder.
You know, your hatchet can be a powerful weapon. But my metal bat is as powerful as your hatchet. Sure, it doesn't have a blade, but it reaches further and it's easy to handle. I won't be going for the defensive battle. I'm gonna fight you face to face, and I'm gonna defeat you. I'm sure I'm stronger than you physically, but you're better at drawing out your true potential, Rina. In other words, we're equally matched. This is great. I won't need to hold back at all.
So what are you gonna do after you beat me? Take that, and that, and that! I think I might have the upper hand. Huh?
I'm just warming up. Just to wait and see. Wait and see what I do after I take you down. We both put a lot of chips in the pile. Prepare yourself for having to make a big payout.
Aren't you counting your chickens before they hatch? Your bluffing is pathetic.
You don't get it, do you? My strength increases in proportion to my reward, don't you know? Let's see. You'll be my personal maid. Starting from the moment I wake up till I go to sleep, you will serve me all day, every day. With Coach's help, you'll be wearing a different costume every day. Wait, until I go to sleep at night? What if you make it, well, if I make it so you won't let me sleep instead? How about that?
It's so like you, Casey-kun.
Oh, thank
you. Actually, I'll win and make you my servant.
We both laughed like crazy people as we struck at each other. It was so strange how much fun it was becoming. Dina and I were trying to kill each other, and yet it was a blast. Sparks were flying. We could get seriously injured. If we fell off the rooftop, we'd break our bones, yet it would be so much fun. I've been mourning and crying all day today. Well, Dina terrified me. How did all of that turn into this? The two of us can't even be serious if we try. Even with sparks flying, we could only goof around.
Too bad, that's not me. I like being elegant and graceful. You can have fun goofing around by yourself, Yuuki-kun.
Dina's next strike came at a strange angle, but I managed to deflect it. Wow! That's too weak. You're done.
Finally, I'm warmed up. This is a warm-up, right?
Huh? Stupid, this isn't even a warm-up. This is like kicking a wall. Hey, you're all sweaty.
Instead of sweat, you'll be covered in your own blood.
Mariboro-san, jump off! Come on, jump off! If he isn't even listening to us, he's so into that he can't even hear anything. Oishi-san? Ah, haha, sorry. What is it? What do you mean, what is it? We have to figure out a way to rescue him. Oishi couldn't figure out why he was distracted, considering the seriousness of the situation. He was engrossed in watching the two of them fight with the sunset behind them. But Oishi isn't the only one. Everyone was watching. Everyone watching was captivated by their battle on the rooftop. At that moment, a sudden loud voice broke the silence.
Oh, Mariboro-san, hang in there. Careful, don't fall.
The students who were about to climb into the ambulance were cheering him on. Mion was being loaded into a stretcher, even with bandages around her head. But even she sat up, captivated as she was fired in Keiichi's duel. Our once happy days were supposed to have shattered due to a series of misunderstandings. They were supposed to be irretrievable. But, Why? Why do I feel this way? This was such a close game, but it wouldn't be fun to stay away forever. Jin and I kicked each other out with perfect timing, and increased the distance between us. Hey, this is a blast! What do you think, Rena? Isn't this a blast?
I've been having fun since the very beginning. But it'll be even more fun to split your head open, Keiichi-kun. Split it open!
Wow, that's dangerous. Over here! Come back over here. Let's use more space. Something like this doesn't happen often. Let's enjoy it as much as we can.
This would make a great picture. Look, there's a beautiful moon behind us. The breeze feels great.
It was such a fantastical scene. Two people were fighting on the rooftop of the school building. With the moon behind them, it was almost unbelievable. All the policemen and children looked at the mysterious, fantastical scene from a distance, completely entranced. Everyone was thinking the same thing, but no one said anything. Why does it look like they're having fun? Getting all fired up in a breeze this cool. It reminds me of the Watanagashi festival. I don't really like to just sit back and enjoy the cool evening in silence. When the moon comes up, I turn into an animal. All of us club members went crazy on the night of Watanagashi. The mayor scolded us by the end of it, but we laughed at each other and promised to do the same thing next year.
Going crazy under the moon, huh? That sounds cool, doesn't it? Maybe we're already crazy.
Yeah, I feel the same. We're having fun trying to kill each other. We must be mad already. This must be what insanity feels. What insanity is like. Some people say the moon has the power to arouse passions in people. Maybe that's true, but maybe it's not. One thing's for sure is that even if there's a new moon tonight, we would still feel the same way. As our surroundings got darker, the sparks we created with each other started to look like fireflies. Hey now, isn't there gasoline in the drain pipe right nearby? Who cares? If an explosion happens, it happens.
Hey, what are you doing? Are you getting too sweaty to hold the bat? Why don't you take a break and dry your hands off? I'll split your hair open while you do that though.
That's a good one.
Isn't your skirt clinging to your legs? You can take it off if you want.
I'll just watch you instead of attacking.
Maybe? Then I'll give you a good blow to the head while you're charmed by my legs. Ha 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 ha!
This really is so much fun, isn't it, Nina?
Yep, it is. It sure is.
We flew, we danced, we struck, we laughed. We stepped back once in a while to catch our breath, and then charged back at each other and let the sparks fly. We aimed at each other as we went around circles on the top of the school, our special stage. Dana and I were all sweaty, but we weren't exhausted yet. The beads of sweat rolling down my body just tickled me. We exchanged furious blows one after another. Neither of us was an advantage or disadvantage. Neither of us exalted in victory, rage, and defeat. The battle with Nina in itself was fun. It was like a dance. A dance that I couldn't dance myself. It was like a dance I could dance with someone with whom I was equally matched.
Didn't you think the same thing when we did that club activity with the whole class?
That we dueled with water guns?
Yeah, I did. We wanted to fight like this again.
As we thought that way on the rooftop, our classmates down must have thought the same. Our fright must be so pure and passionate that everyone thought the same thing. We want to join them.
It was the same back then. We were using water guns, but we did the same thing.
Well, this is far more fun. I don't have to worry about how much water I've left in my gun.
Yeah, we can't create sparks with water guns.
We couldn't strike each other with like this either. We both were breathing hard, waiting for the right timing to step forward. In the midst of that, we were grinning at each other. This isn't what it exactly said then, but I'm gonna say it again.
Okay, then I'll respond just the same.
We both smiled wickedly at the same time. This is so much fun. I don't even want this to end.
Don't hate me if you lose.
No, I won't. I hate myself for ending this game. But I know I wouldn't be the one to cry at the end.
I don't care. I don't know about that. Your feet are getting weak. As if they were made out of straw.
Shut up! Wah! Everyone was captivated by our fight. They were swept up in our fight. We both had weapons. Weapons deadly enough to seriously hurt one another. But we were both perfectly matched. We were both perfectly matched, and neither of us had hit the other yet. Why did they look so happy? This was just ridiculous. All the people below were just watching this fight on the rooftop with the beautiful moon as a background. Not even a police could stop them. This was impossible. This was absurdly impossible. This battle is absurd and absolutely impossible. Chichi-san, try to stay in the middle of the roof. Use the height to your advantage. Satoko and some of her classmates cheered Chichi on, but there are also some who were cheering for Rin also. To them, this was no longer a fight to the death. It was just the second round of their water gun battle. A club activity is a club activity, and a game is a game. This was just the second round, so nobody would die. Even though they had wheeled weapons, nobody thought they would get hurt. Nika wasn't cheering. She was just looking up at the rooftop. I've never seen anything like this before. Dika-chan thought to herself. She thought Keiichi could win, not just against Rina. Dika-chan thought Keiichi could even destroy the walls of the maze of tragedies that had no exit. What are the snipers doing? The suspect is trying to harm the hostages. Fire immediately! As Otaka yelled on the radio, Mion screamed for him to stop. No, don't shoot Rina. Rina isn't crazy anymore. She isn't who she was earlier. That's a different Rina, so please don't shoot her. What do you mean she's different? Look! She's swinging around that weapon. She's trying to kill him. Unless we shoot her down, the hostage is in danger. No, don't shoot at Rina. If you shoot Rina, Keiichi will kill you for sure. I can guarantee it. But why would he kill me? They aren't trying to kill each other. They're just having fun creating sparks. Can't you see? Keiichi is talking to her too. He's telling her that they're equal. That means that she can trust him more than anyone. Keiichi will wake Rina up. No, she's already waking her up. Rina's nightmare is almost over.
Keiichi-kun, you're the best. I don't even want to kill you anymore. A world without you would be so boring.
Ah, thanks for the compliment. I appreciate it. So, what's going to happen to the world, huh? Aren't aliens going to invade it?
You know, I don't even care about aliens or parasites anymore. If the world's gonna perish, go ahead and perish. Who cares about the conspiracy of the three families anyway?
That's right. Even a meteor strike hits the Earth tomorrow.
Nothing could be more fun than this moment.
Hey, aren't you supposed to die tonight due to some poison? You sure don't look like you have a few hours more to live.
That's right, I totally forgot about that. I'm supposed to claw my throat and die tonight. Hey, what's the scenario you came up with? Don't forget. Come on, scratch your throat once in a while at least. Hey, I know it doesn't itch anymore, does it? It definitely doesn't. It's more fun. This is more fun than scratching your throat would ever be.
Yes, this dance of ours is really way more fun. I wish it would never end, but my body was screaming. I was breathing hard and felt dizzy from lack of oxygen. My upper body felt as light as a piece of paper, as if even a slight breeze could take me away. It really had been a blast, but I need to end it soon. I felt the same sadness as in that water gunfight. Back then, it had been declared a draw. I wonder what will happen this time. Who knows?
Who knows? But one thing's for certain.
What?
I love doing this with you.
Me too. I jumped backwards, slammed the roof with the bath. The sound was as intense as a huge drum, and the noise woke up the people who were captivated by our fight. The silence returned, and the chorus of the Higurashi filled the air. Okay, let's pause for a moment.
Sure, let's end this with one more strike.
We started moving slowly and increased the distance between us. Everyone realized that this fight was ending very soon. Okay, let me grab some water first. This is not ending soon, so let me grab a little bit of water first. Oniganya, gomenya, I'll be back in about a minute or two. Ah.
Tadaima.
Okay, I got my water. So we should be able to get through this. Okay, this is it. I'm gonna ask you one more time.
What is it?
Hey, you're betting something on this, right? Isn't this why you're fighting?
I did? Sorry, I forgot.
You're hopeless. Okay, listen carefully. If I win, you'll become my personal maid and serve me every day. You'll have to introduce me to others as your master.
My uniform will be cute. My uniform better be cute.
Of course it will. There will be a variety of uniforms ranging from old-fashioned ones to ones that are a little more dangerous. They'll be custom made, so they'll fit you perfectly. How about that?
My goodness, I don't intend to lose, but that could be fun somehow.
If you win, Rena... I pause for a moment. If you win, I'll believe your stories. Rena was happy until just a moment ago, but that expression was suddenly wiped off her face. Aliens are
invading the Earth, and we have...
Aliens are invading the Earth. We have parasites in our brains. The Sonozaki family's pulling the strings. They're researching the parasites in the secret. And aliens are in control of the world starting tomorrow. I'll believe in that. Also, since you're dying tonight, I'll make sure you go peacefully. So don't worry.
It's not fun if I win, is it? Your reward sounds a lot more fun, Keiichi-kun.
Well, what can I do? You did all of this because of what I said, right?
Yeah, I guess. Sorry, I almost forgot.
Nina smiled sadly for a moment. But soon that expression was wiped off her face too. I'm gonna win no matter what. I want my personal maid.
Boo, boo. It's not fun if I win.
Then do you want to change it? What do you want? Finally, Rina smiled happily again. The breeze dried our sweat. It was a good feeling. We were no longer crazy. Even with the moon out, we could finally enjoy the coolness of the evening. It would be so nice if we could just lie down on our backs and gaze in the moon. Still smiling, Rina spoke.
I want the same reward as yours, Keiichi-kun.
What? You want me to be your maid? That's something.
You don't have to be my maid, but the rest is the same. I want you to say good morning to me every morning. I want you to say Ohio.
Okay.
I want you to say Ohio to me every morning and Oyasumi every night. I want you to treat me well and play around all the time. Let me play around all the time. I guess no matter who wins, we'll always be together. We'll be together, but the one who gets this.
We'll be together, but the one who gets the special treatment is different. Why am I fighting with someone I like so much? I don't know.
Why are we on the rooftop? Why did we even come here?
Oh.
Why am I fighting someone with someone I like so much?
I don't know. Why are we on the rooftop? Why did we even come up here in the first place?
I don't know. I forgot.
Maybe we're both airheads. That's why we floated up here.
Yep, we're airhead buddies.
We're buddies, alright. Well then, shall we get started? I don't want to cool down too much.
You're right. We better finish up before it gets too cold. We readied our weapons and took our stances. I was gonna suggest that we stop this. I really was.
I shook my head slowly. No, we have to finish this. Otherwise, it won't end. Our fight won't end. We can't quit. We have to bring it to an end.
This isn't right. It's possible that no matter who wins or loses, there will be no reward.
Even if that happens, we shouldn't hate each other. So I'm gonna tell you this right now.
What?
It was fun.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
You know? Even if one of us dies, we'll see each other again. And when we do,
we'll have fun in a normal way. We'll laugh together in a normal way. And we'll fall in love in a normal way. We won't doubt each other. We'll trust each other. And we'll meet again, right? For sure, right?
yes, for sure. Tears appeared in his eyes. I noticed I was about to break down too. Okay. Are you ready? There was no signal, but we stepped forward at the same time. Our shadows jumped into moonlight. We were fighting so viciously earlier, but now was like we were moving so slowly. We must have looked like a shadow play. Everyone was watching the shadows dance. Then the shadow hit my metal bat violently. As a result, I let go of it. The metal bat bounced once on the roof, then rolled down to the schoolyard. I had lost my weapon. It was Rena's chance. Of course, she wouldn't miss it. I was lying on the roof, and Rena got on top of me. Rena's knees were holding down my arms, and there was no way for me to fight back. The moon was divided in two. The shadow of Rena's hatchet had split the moon right down the middle. This was the end. Shit, that was good. I can't even pull my arms away.
Hey, Keiichi-kun. It's over, right?
Not yet. It's not over until you swing your hatchet.
I don't wanna.
Huh?
I don't want to. I don't want to.
Rena's arms were still raised, but tears were pouring down from her eyes. What happened? What went wrong?
What happened? What went wrong? I love everyone and trusted everyone. When did I start to doubt them? I don't know why I'm doing this to you. I don't know. Why? Why am I doing this to people I love so much?
You realized it. You realized it in this world.
I I can't believe myself. Every day was so much fun, but why? Why? I didn't have any complaints. I didn't worry about anything. So why did I try to destroy everything with my own two hands?
Anna, you're incredible. After I killed you and Mion, I didn't realize I had done anything wrong, so I left a note and called Oishi-san. I still believe that someone else was at fault. Even after I was dead. I didn't even notice I had sinned. How sad was it to kill my friends because of a little misunderstanding? Even when they were trying to help me, and how painful it was not to realize it was the sin. Therefore, you're amazing, Irina. You didn't kill any of your friends. You came to your senses before you committed a sin. You're incredible, Irina. Just incredible. You're totally different from me. Irina stood up slowly, lowered her hatchet.
I hurt my friend. I hurt Mi-chan.
Just apologize to her. Personally, I appreciate the wounds. That the wounds will help me tell the twins apart.
I already killed
Huh? No, you haven't. Who did you kill?
Mami Azina and Hojo Teppe.
Ah, those two? I
thought it was right to kill them. But the day I killed them, the world started to go crazy. Did that mean that it was wrong to kill them?
I don't know if it was right or wrong, but it wasn't the best thing you could have done.
What do you mean, the best thing?
Don't you know? I grabbed Rena's head and embraced her. Then I told her something so simple. It was so simple that anyone could think of it, but Rena didn't do it. I didn't do it either back then. If you're in danger, or you feel like doubting others, or something sad happens, it was so simple. You should talk to your friends.
That's right. You're right.
Rena cried in my arms for a while. She cried about the wrong choice she made at the very beginning. The choice couldn't have been hard to see. I'm sure it was something that was within her grasp. How stupid it was to worry about it by herself. She had friends. She had friends whom she trusted. Why did she think she couldn't talk to her friends about it?
I was wrong. Why didn't I think about it? Everyone trusted me, so why didn't I trust them?
I was the same way before. That's why I won't laugh at you, but you realized it. You realized it sooner than I did. We will trust each other. We'll never doubt our friends. We'll rely on each other. We'll talk to each other and help each other. That's why friends are always happy, and why we can endure anything together. Okay, Lena, why don't we respond to the curtain call? This is really the end of everything.
What do you mean by curtain call? What do you mean?
Well, I was just talking to myself. Come on. We stood up together, holding hands. The moon was hanging behind us. When I nodded, Lena threw away her hatchet. It disappeared into the darkness below. Then I spoke to the audience in hell, the demons who weren't expecting this ending. I was proclaiming victory. That is all for tonight. We overcame this tragedy. We'll never doubt each other again. We'll be united forever, no matter what what disaster might befall us. Don't think we'll ever yield. Who cares about tragedy? Who cares about disaster? Even if the script is written by demons, we'll tear the whole thing to pieces. The incident at the Forest Service field office in Hinamizawa. Date of event, midday, June 25th, the 58th year of the Showa era. Location, Hinamizawa, Shishibone City, Chome. Inside the Forest Service field office. Summary. On June 25th, the suspect, Higurashi, broke into the Forest Service field office in Hinamizawa. She forced her way into the classroom of the local school, housed within the field office complex, proceeded to take 25 people hostage. The suspects scattered around a large quantity of gasoline and held the school hostage for over 7 hours. The situation remained in a deadlock for some time, but at 1845, several hostages resisted and fled from the building. At the same time, a special unit from the Osaka Police Department 2nd Riot Division arrived in the scene. 24 hostages were safely rescued. The remaining hostage fled on the roof, and after a brief pursuit, the suspect engaged him in close combat. At 1910, she agreed to disarm and surrender, freeing the final hostage. Casualties: 4. All minor injuries. Listed below. Sonozaki Mion. She was captured by the suspect around noon that day. She escaped at 1845, was taken to safety. The suspect inflicted minor injuries on her during the fight. Furure Rika. She was captured by the suspect around noon that day. 1845, taken safely. Minor injuries. Hojo Sotoko. Captured noon. Escaped 1845. Fell and suffered minor injuries during her escape. Maribata Keiichi. Captured around noon. Was released by suspect 1910. Received minor injuries when engaged in combat with the suspect. Regarding the arrest of Higurashi, she disarmed and surrendered to the police at 1910 and was subsequently arrested. She was taken to the Okinomiya police station and questioned. She admitted to the outline given above. There has been some dispute about the accountability of the suspect during the crime, but after subjecting her to a psychiatric examination, the prosecution determined that the suspect was fully accountable for actions. The defense is in direct opposition to this and has submitted their own psychiatric examination. Examination report denying the suspect's accountability. The trial is currently in session.
Yeah.
The scenario jump mode has been unlocked. This feature. Game features the scenario jump mode. Blah 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 blah. Hi. Demon script. curtain call, overcome a tragedy. Okay, so we'll go through the tip first, and then we'll go to the staff room. The demon's crypt. The 17th year of the Heisei era, early summer. The car began to rattle as the road turned from asphalt to gravel. The cry of the cicadas seeped through the tightly shut windows. Most people would open their car windows and let the natural air along with the sounds of the cicadas. But people are also spoiled. He'd rather keep himself cool with the air conditioning turned to max rather than listen to the sounds of nature. Usually it was the rainy season at this time of year, but this summer had been already come without any rain. Just like how the weather was on that day 20 years ago. Hold on. Yeah. ちょっと待ってにゃOh, this is 2000. Heisei 17. Okay. Hi. Okay. The air around this area is just as clear as I remember it. Yeah, the winds are cool and the sunshine is bright. This place could have become a World Heritage Site. Like the village in Gifu. What a waste. But thanks to that, there are no irritating tourists around here. See, that makes this a lot better. Why do tourists forget about pedestrian traffic laws when they're in rural areas? They walk in the middle of the road, you know. Akasaka-senpai, do you still do stuff outdoors? Not as much as I used to. My job doesn't give me that much time. Same here. Oh, hey, there he is. The other man noticed and waved his hand before anyone in the car could honk the horn. The man was a young fellow on a motorcycle, with a big backpack on his shoulders. He looked like he was ready to go camping. Akasaka and his partners stepped into the car and shook hands with the young man. Captain, it's good to see you again. Yo, how have you been doing lately? Well, I hope you can take it easy today. This is Akasaka senpai. He took care of me in high school. Hello, my friend Saka. My name is Akasaka. Moichi was supposed to come today, but he had a medical checkup to do the last moment. Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you. It's an honor, sir. So, Akasaka...
Thank you for the raid. Arigato nya.
Ah! Beatrice! Hey! Konbanya! Chotto matte ni. Let me shout you out. Oops, not that one. Shout out. Beatrice. Okay, and then yeah, I saw you were playing Higurashi. Yeah, I didn't expect to be what do you call it, streaming this long. Oh yeah, konbanya, Commissioner Kotai Taicho, VTuber to DJ Diga no DJ Yuuki desu. Yuuki just finished Higurashi, or yeah, just about finished Tsumihoroboshi. But you finished chapter 1 of Higurashi? Yay! But yeah, Yuki's about to finish. Yuki's basically going through the last tips and then going through the stuff thing. Then Yuki will be finished with chapter 6, Tsumihoroboshi. Yeah, I did not expect this to last this long actually. Like I've been streaming for 4 hours already, it looks like. Yeah, I wasn't not expecting to be streaming for this long. I did not, it was just one chapter also, so, yeah. But yeah, I will continue until I finish, because we will finish. I mean, we are finished, we just need to finish this tip and then finish the staff talk, and then we can finish. Oh. Yuki understands. Yeah, Yuki only did one chapter, but this chapter took extremely long. I should have expected that. But it's fine. That's why I only did one chapter. But yeah, Higurashi. Are you gonna continue Higurashi? What do you call it? Like, next month, or like next year? like Yuki's gonna be so Yuki has a tradition of doing Higurashi streams, on October, spooky month. So, Yuki will most likely continue Higurashi, which will be chapter 7, Minagoroshi, next year, next October. Like every year. So yeah, Yuki has been doing this every October for however long Yuki has been streaming. Well, 6 chapters at this point. Oh, spooky months in October, or April also. Yeah, Yuki. Yeah, I think for Yuki at least once a year is good. Yeah, for Yuki once a year is good to do a spooky month. And it should be, I think Yuki should be fine continuing. It's a good thing to look forward to every spooky month. Oh, Yuki understands. What other horror games are you thinking about? So, Akasaka-senpai, where shall we go first? His name was Akasaka Mamoru. Oh, yeah, Yuki is playing that right. Yuki is playing that right now. Now that's gonna take, I don't know how far I am. That's gonna take a while to finish, I feel like. So I will continue. I guess we'll talk about my schedule, since Silent Hill F is my next stream. Tomorrow Yuki will be, I guess today at this point, Yuki will be playing Silent Hill F at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. 11時日本時間、明日に。So yeah, Silent Hill F which is fitting also. It's fitting. It's very fitting to be playing. It was playing Silent Hill F because the writer of Silent Hill F is the same writer as Higurashi. So that's actually why Yuki wanted to. That's why Yuki's playing Silent Hill F right now also. In addition to Higurashi for this month. Yeah. This Silent Hill is this current Silent Hill F is written by is written by him, so written by them, so like so yeah, that's why yeah, it was written by Yushiki Zero Nano, so that's exactly why like Yuki decided to like do this do both Higurashi and Silent Hill F, because I was trying to think about what other horror game to play this month. So that's why Yuki did Silent Hill F this time around. And I don't think I'm gonna finish Silent Hill F tomorrow, so that's probably gonna be a continuing thing still until I finish, whenever that is. His name is Akasaka Mamoru. He was a veteran detective from Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Despite the fact that he was close to his retirement, he hadn't lost his clear instinct and sharp eyes at all. Those eyes showed confidence he'd built through many risky experiences, and he had a well-built muscular body and fearless aura. He must have fought against many violent criminals. His connections to Hinamizawa went back almost 30 years, all the way back to 1978. He was in the Public Safety Division in the Metropolitan Police Department. He came to Hinamizawa to investigate the kidnapping case of the grandson of Inugai, the then Minister of Construction. There he met Oishi and Furure Rika. Oh, wait a second! Wait, Akasaka! Wasn't he the... Hold on. Yeah, he was the focus of a previous Higurashi, of one of the previous Higurashi games. Also, one of the reasons why Yuki has a what do you call it? Higurashi Mahjong set. Lol. Akasaka regretted for the rest of his life that he couldn't save the little girl from her fate. He saw the news of the great Hinamizawa disaster on TV and met up with Oishi. They pledged to uncover the mystery of both the cruel fate that fell upon the little girl and the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Unfortunately, Hinamizawa was sealed off for a long time. As a result, all Akasaka and Oishi could do for the past 20 years was publish the little information they gathered, and they asked for readers to send their tips and clues. Oh, it happened. But recently the seal on Hinamizawa had been lifted. However, they couldn't come to Hinamizawa until today due to Akasaka's busy work schedule and Oishi's poor health. In fact, Oishi was supposed to come with Akasaka, but he was called in for an emergency health checkup. The other two who came along were Akasaka's juniors from university. One worked at the ground SDF, and the other was his subordinate. They were assigned the mission of sealing off Hinamizawa, so they were quite knowledgeable about the village. Akasaka took out a scrapbook from his bag. The corners of the scrapbook were all dented, making it look very old. Akasaka flipped through the pages, thought for a second, and let them know his first destination. Alright, please take me to Onigafuchi Swamp. No problem. Right this way, sir. The young man got in his bike and waited for the others to get back to their car. They honked at each other to signal that they were ready, and the young man led the car to the swamp. Heading to the forest, they came to an open area where the ground was covered by concrete. There wasn't even a single drop of water in sight. All the water out of the swamp had been replaced by concrete. That was what Onigafuchi Swamp looked like now. There isn't even a single drop of water, let alone a swamp. I was told that they sealed the swamp right after the disaster. This place was already encased in concrete by the time I arrived here for my mission. Let's go down there and take a closer look. Akasaka got out of the car and walked to the center of the concrete-filled swamp. It wasn't a parking lot or a heliport. It was just a huge empty concrete space right in the middle of the forest. So this is the place where people say it was a landing spot for UFOs. Really? I've never heard of that. Well, that's what they write on occult websites. They say that this is a place where our government met with aliens. I can't blame them for such rumors. I can't blame them for such rumors though, because an empty concrete space in the middle of the forest sure does look weird. Volcanic gas erupted from the swamp in June of 1983. The deadly mixture of hydrogen sulfide and carbon dioxide engulfed and destroyed Hinamizawa in a single night. The village was sealed off and the SDF covered the swamp with concrete. But the people who write these rumors on the internet actually have a point. Any geologist could tell you that covering a source of volcanic gas with concrete is absolutely useless. That's true. I've never heard of anyone trying to prevent a volcano from erupting by pouring concrete on its crater. On the other hand, our country is known for wasteful construction and using the taxpayers' money. Lately, people who love things like supernatural phenomena and UFOs write on the internet about the Great Hinamizawa disaster. It's well known by now that the cause of the disaster was an eruption of a deadly volcanic gas from a magna chamber. In 1986, a similar natural disaster occurred in Lake Naros in Cameroon, Africa. So people easily believe that such a rare natural disaster could occur anywhere on Earth. And that was what happened in Hinamizawa as well. Yeah, I think I actually actually watched a video about that, actually. However, a rumor about another possible explanation had begun to fly around the internet recently. They say that the disaster was a cover-up by the government, and that it was actually a biochemical terrorist attack by aliens. Why had such a rumor begun to spread now? They claim to back up their theory with a secret document known as file number 34. Someone online named it file number 34 for descriptive purposes, but the name spread and stuck since then because it sounded like a government conspiracy. People loved it. It's not known how or from where they obtained these documents, but they posted scans and pictures, which were all ridiculous. Plus, more fake evidence was produced over time, so now even the existence of such documents are in doubt. File number 34 deserves a bit more explanation. However, since it started on the internet, truths and lies were all mixed together and has become more like an urban legend. So this is what is believed to be mostly true. File number 34 was a notebook written by a nurse named Takanomiyo, who worked in a local clinic in Hinamizawa. File number 34 was likely named after her. Oh, Mio. 34, Mio. This woman was a researcher who studied the demon myth in Hinamizawa and tried to solve what it meant. The contents of this notebook state that she prophesied the Great Hinamizawa of 1983. According to her research, a UFO crash-landed in Hinamizawa long time ago and struck into Onigafuchi swamp. The UFO carried parasitic bacteria from space, and they began to infect the locals. The infected villagers began to behave extremely violently, so much so that they were fit for the word demon. Takanomiyo insisted that this was the explanation for the myth about demons pouring out of the swamp. The alien who survived the crash realized that the Earthlings had gone crazy because the bacteria he brought in, and decided to show himself to the villagers to help him out. This is how Oyashiro-sama was born. The alien was able to cure the villagers with a highly advanced technology, but couldn't eradicate the bacteria completely. Since the villagers looked up to the aliens as some sort of deity, the alien utilized its status to hand down specific rules to the villagers in order to stabilize the disease. The bacteria took a liking to Hinamizawa's habitat. So when a carrier of the disease left Hinamizawa, their symptoms would re-emerge. Therefore, the alien made a rule not to leave the village. This leads to the legend of the transcendence of Onigafuchi. The weird practices and miracles that the villagers performed were realized by means of the advanced technology that they received from the alien. Those maniacs do indeed have a colorful perspective on things, don't they? Do you remember Nostradamus' prophecies saying people said that the world was going to end in 1999, but nothing happened in June, and people acted like they didn't even know about it. Those TV shows made people as scared as if they could be, and then ignored the fact that it didn't happen. But Takanomiyo did predict the great Hinamizawa disaster. Look at the page in the scrapbook. You must be joking. Akasaka senpai, is this for real? As the time passed, the bacteria stabilized in human bodies and became harmless. The alien and the bacteria began to fade away from people's minds. However, the alien has lived on for hundreds of years with the protection of the three families. It still lives on as the spirit of a deity in the secret temple of the Furude Shrine. The alien manipulated the bacteria living inside of the villagers and maintained control over them for hundreds of years. The alien wanted to regain its power and started researching how to bring back the lost powers of the bacteria, etc., etc. Things get much stranger than from here. People say that the disaster was actually part of the aliens' plan to conquer spreading the awakened bacteria. The Japanese government has a secret division that fights against alien invasions, and they train at Area 51 in the US, etc., etc. And they moved in to stop the invasion by sealing off the entire village, and they killed off all the residents by using the toxic gas. Hey, there's a movie just like that. Some black guy is the lead character. What was the title? Am I something? Men in Black. Yeah, I know. It's too crazy to be real. But the writer of this bunch of bull, Takanomiya, was mysteriously murdered in June of 1983. Right before her death, she gave this scrapbook to a girl as if she knew she was gonna die very soon. That girl is known as Girl A. Some guy who investigated the case was able to track it down to a girl named Yugu Reina. So now it's known as the Yugu Reina theory on the internet. Yugu Reina inherited Takanomiya's will by means of the scrapbooks. She tried to fight against the planned invasion by holding a school hostage and demanding the local police to uncover the alien plot. Of course, no one believed her, and they assumed she was in a state of paranoia. Back then, people assumed that Yugureina took Takanomiya's delusion seriously and was motivated to commit a poorly executed crime. When she held the school hostage, Yugureina told local police that the alien was controlling the three families and that it was plotting bioterrorism on a massive scale. And the very next day, the Great Hinamizawa disaster occurred. Ugh. You gotta be kidding me. It couldn't be just a coincidence. I don't know. According to the people who believe it's not a coincidence, there are many inconsistencies in SDF's immediate sealing off operation. Filling the swamp with concrete is one example. Several of the SDF soldiers on duty at the time testified that some people were conducting secret investigations outside the usual geological survey before the area was closed off. Of course, those who think that it's just a coincidence say that the researcher simply took precautionary measures to keep unauthorized people out of the area. I have to agree with the latter people. People also question why they sealed off the village for such a long time. After its volcanic gas eruption, Miyake Island was only sealed off for 4 to 5 years. What happened in Hinamizawa was an exceptionally rare natural disaster, and yet it has been sealed for over 20 years. I've heard the residents of Miyake Island returned to their island home faster than was originally intended. because they had requested it so strongly. But in the case of Hinamizawa, there was no residents alive who wished to return in the first place. Perhaps the government took their time until they were absolutely certain it was safe. What about this one? The SDF members who were on the mission to seal off Hinamizawa had their blood samples taken periodically. Some of them were discharged from the mission without any explanations after the results came back. Some believed that they were using the members of the SDF as human test subjects to see if they got infected or not. I think they were just checking the members' mental condition since they were in the area where the nat gas disaster occurred. Besides, normal businessmen also take annual physical checkups, and they have their blood samples taken there as well. Yeah, I understand your point too, but I have another interesting theory. There are some people who believe that there was no gas emitted during the so-called Great Hinamizawa disaster. No volcanic gas? What does that mean? Basically, what they're saying was that there's no volcanic gas, and it was some sort of government cover-up. It's like in the Spielberg movie, you know, the one where humans make contact with UFOs? See, that's exactly how maniacs explain things. What kind of basis do they have to say that there's no volcanic gas emissions? Well, a bunch of those maniacs came to Hinamizawa as soon as the seal was lifted. According to them, the hydrogen sulfide in the volcanic gas should have caused some erosion to the metallic objects and major damage to the wildfire. However, they found no such claim of disruption, which led them to believe that there's no volcanic gas to begin with. But this village was abandoned for 20 years. I doubt they could find anything anyway. Well, that's the thing about the internet. You can't believe everything you read on it. Akasaka senpai, please don't tell me you're buying into those stories. At first I didn't, but lately I'm beginning to think that there might be some truth to them. You believe in UFOs? Oh, come on. Well, what if this scrapbook is the real file number 34? Huh? This is the scrapbook is the one that Yuuki possessed when she took the school hostage on June 25th, 1983. It was assumed to be lost during the confusion of the disaster, but Oishi-san's old friend was able to locate it in evidence storage at a prefectural police headquarters. Back then, Oishi thought Yuuki was delusional, but after reading this again, after the Great Hinamizawa, some of the contents hold vital clues. It's not the alien part that she's interested in, but her theory was an endemic disease of parasite microbes in Hinamizawa was responsible for the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Of course, there's no proof of such microbes existed, so it still remains at a theoretical level. Oishi-san says that the three families might have been researching how to bring back the original deadlier microbe in order to revive the religious devotion the villagers used to have. The Great Hinamizawa disaster could be an experiment that went wrong. The theory is also based on theories and myths you found on the internet. The village clinic chief doctor died mysteriously right before the Great Hinamizawa disaster. A girl, Furuderika, was brutally murdered on the night Yuuki took the school hostage. There could have been an underground research lab beneath the village clinic, and Ide Sensei could have been forced to do microbiological research, but he couldn't live to his own sense and committed suicide. Furude Rika could have been brutally murdered in a sacrifice for some sort of ritual ceremony in the name of Oyashiro-sama's revival. However, their experiment went wrong. Instead, the microbes, being parasitic in the villagers, they became a killer virus, and they exterminated the villagers in one night. It's obvious that this wasn't a simple gas disaster. We cannot ignore the fact that one girl predicted bioterrorist attack right before the disaster, and that several villagers died mysteriously, including Takunomiya herself, who wrote about all in the scrapbook. It doesn't sound right to say that the Great Hinamizawa disaster was predicted and counted coincidental natural disaster. When you read this file number 34, it's ridiculous. It's obvious. So are you saying that the Great Hinamizawa disaster wasn't a rare natural occurrence, but that it's in fact an act of bioterrorism by some cultists? In the modern era, everyone in Japan knows about the shocking incident where a doomsday cult created nerve gas, sarin, and released it for the purpose of mass murder. But in the 80s, the idea of a single cult being able to carry out such an act of terrorism didn't cross our minds. Some also whisper that the SDF kept the area sealed for so long so they could study some lethal virus, but I'm not convinced. At least the story sounds more convincing than the one with aliens and UFOs. The idea of cultists and domestic terrorism sounds more rational. Maybe there's a UFO that crashed landed. Maybe there's a UFO that crash landed. When Jugu Jaina took the school hostage, one of her demands to the police was to have them pull out the wreckage of the UFO from the Onigafuji swamp. That's ridiculous. Well, even if I wanted to make sure if it's ridiculous or not, look at it. The swamp is filled with concrete, several meters thick, and there's no way to check. We can check. This is all because of that ridiculous construction that doesn't even do anything to prevent volcanic gas. Well then, the only way to prove Akasaka Senpai's theory would be to find a survivor of Hinamizawa and try to find that microbe in him or her. Sadly, that's impossible. After the Great Hinamizawa disaster, some village survivors were subject It's almost impossible. After the Great Hinamizawa disaster, some survivors were subject to a witch hunt. So even if there's any survivors, they wouldn't tell you they're from this area. Right after the disaster, some people who were from Hinamizawa started displaying erratic behavior. When they started dying mysteriously and committing suicide in strange ways, people got scared of them and chased them out of their neighborhoods. The government was practically useless in protecting their privacy at the time, so the former residents of Hinamizawa lied about where they were from and where they lived. Residents of Hinamizawa lied about it, where they were from, and have kept it that way since. that case, it's a dead end. What's my duty as a cop to keep trying? There isn't enough circumstantial evidence to say that the great Hinamizawa disaster wasn't a natural one. If I could grab a hold of one piece of concrete proof, I think I could start reeling in the truth behind all of this. Yeah, but it's been over 20 years. The truth might be lying somewhere very deep in the darkness. That's true. I might not be able to find any answers. It's already the 21st century. What happened in Hinamizawa in June of 1983? The only factual evidence that I had was that Takanomiya mysteriously died and left her scrapbook predicting a bioterrorist attack. A young girl took a school hostage to make the people listen to his prediction, but no one took it seriously. The chief doctor of the village clinic committed suicide. People believe that the little girl, Furude Riko, was an reincarnation of Oyashido-sama, and she was brutally murdered. What was the truth behind the scrapbook? Was it written to reveal a huge conspiracy, or was it just a bunch of delusions written by an occult maniac? If the contents of the scrapbook were true, the disaster could have been avoided if we had heeded the warnings of one girl. If they weren't true, then who created the disaster to follow the scenario of the scrapbook? After the sarin nerve gas incident, the words mind control came into the spotlight. In contrast to brainwashing, which can easily force a person to commit certain acts in a certain term, mind control takes a long time to gradually make a person believe that what he or she must do is the right thing to do, and to act upon it as if it were his or her own idea. It's a form of chapter alteration, which is far more serious than brainwashing. The cult behind the sarin gas incident induced fear and anxiety into the members through revelations of doomsday. At the same time, they ordered them to do certain things as means of salvation, and had them do so voluntarily. The formula was quite similar to how Ryugu became a puppet of file number 34. So does that mean that Ryugu was mind controlled by someone? Does that mean that the cult that mind controlled her tried to cause the end of the world in order to increase the credibility of their teachings, just like the other cult did? Would that make file number 34 some sort of religious textbook for them? When I lose my grip on what's true or not true, it sometimes makes me feel someone might be laughing in amusement at this disaster. The scrapbook was like a script. It's a script for the tragedy that takes the lives of thousands of villagers in one night. It's a script for demons who laugh at the loss of human life. Someone who wrote the script, someone who performed it, someone who watched the show and laughed. Damn it, what the hell happened in Hinamizawa in June 1983? The true ending. Ah! Yeah, detective. We finished what do you call it? We finished the tips. Wow. So it ended in disaster anyway. Things looked up, except it didn't. Everyone died. Everyone still died. Okay, let's go to the staff room. This will be the final thing we do for Tsumihoroboshi. Hello, my name is Yuuki09. I hope you enjoyed playing Higurashi no Naku Koro ni Tsumihoroboshi. There are several themes I wanted to write in this chapter, but I'd like to talk about one of them here. It's about the denial of murder. This is something I had to write sooner or later, since this is a novel about serial murders. There are two means that youngsters in particular use these days to solve problems, which are murder and suicide. When we feel stress, we choose to either get rid of the source of the stress or get away from it. Let's say you're bullied by a kid at school. You have two ways to solve the problem. You choose either to get rid of the kid from your current environment or get away from the environment itself. Usually, bullies are stronger and have their underlings, so you don't stand a chance alone to get rid of them. It's also not easy to switch classes or to quit school, so you can't easily get away from the situation. As a result, the situation gets worse day by day, and your stress urges you to solve the problem immediately. And you come up with murder or suicide as easy solutions. If suicide is considered defeat, you'd want to consider murder. I feel like there are many people who think that way. However, if you actually committed a murder, it wouldn't be easy to pay for the sin. I believe murderers know that well too. But if you really hate the bully who pushed you to the limit where you have no choice but to kill him, but you really hate the bully who pushed you to the limit where you have no choice but to kill him. So, with a determination that turns your entire life upside down, you commit murder. But if you have such a strong determination, there have to be more ways to take than opting for murder, which should be the last resort. You can talk to your friends. If that doesn't work, you can talk to your family. If that doesn't work, you can talk to your teacher. If that doesn't work, then what? There have to be no more ways. If you have the determination to give up your life by committing murder, there have to be more ways. Our modern era is better than any era before it. There are many hotlines that you can call to talk to someone. Even if you don't have any friends or family, there are many places that you can go for help. The people who answer the phone aren't amateurs. They're volunteers, but they're also veterans who work as social workers or juvenile counselors for a long time. I can assure you that they have more social experience and passion than your parents do. People who work to help people for free can't be bad people. If you feel like you have no choice but to kill the bully or commit suicide, please try to call those hotlines. People who think it's useless to talk to others who usually haven't really talked to anyone have the courage to call. There will be someone you can completely rely on the other end of the line. Don't keep it to yourself. Talk to someone. Yuuki 09 wrote such a long story just to tell you this. You must be a very poor writer. So Yuuki 09 wants to talk to you all, rather than worry all by himself. How can I write even more entertaining stories? はい、ありがとう。ゆきしずらななさん。Oh yeah, if you're ever in a situation like that, please seek some help. Please try to seek some help. お願いにゃ。So we ended when Higurashi no Naku Koro ni Kai, Tsumihoroboshi Hen, Chapter 6. Yeah, like I mentioned probably an hour earlier at this point, we will continue Higurashi. But it will be probably next year. Probably like every other year, we'll probably continue again. Higurashi starting October next year. So 11 months from now. The next chapter of Higurashi is chapter 7. Minagoro Shihen. So let me just make sure. It's Minagoro Shihen. So yeah. Yuki likes being able to go through these Higurashi visual novels because like it's been I've watched, like I've said before, I've watched the anime like long ago, and I like the anime, and I have since it's been so long ago, I don't remember too much, like things that happen, I don't remember too much, so like it's like what do you call it? A refresher, I guess, of what happened in the anime, a little more detailed. Like I like there's so many things from Tsumihoroboshi that Yuki kind of forgot from the anime. So yeah, we will continue Higurashi with Minagoroshi Hen next year, next October most likely. Maybe earlier, but most likely it will be October next year. Yay! So yeah, that is it. We will end it in a little bit, but I will take this opportunity to raid. I want to check first before I continue on. So yeah, before we end it, I did mention these things like during the stream, but like it's been quite a while since I've it's been quite a while since I've talked about it, since it's like almost 5 hours at this point that I've been streaming. So yeah, if you haven't yet, be sure to follow Yuki's socials. Yuki no SNSをフォローしてにゃ。There is one more stream that Yuki will have this week. It will be Silent Hill F. Yuki will continue Silent Hill F, and that will be at 9 p. 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. 次の配信は、明日のサイレントヒール F 配信や、この配信は10時半日本時間。Hi. Well, yeah, it's so late. We'll talk tomorrow. And because but yeah, I mean, we will raid. It's been a while, long time since I've been able to raid Kumorin. So we'll raid Kumorin right now. Playing Pokemon right now. So we'll raid Kumorin. It's like almost 3 o'clock p.m. in Kumorin time right now. So yeah. Thank you so much for coming to Yuki's final Higurashi no Naku Koro ni Tsumihoroboshi hen stream. Arigato nya. Yuki will be back tomorrow for some Silent Hill F. We will play Higurashi next year. Again next year. So anyways, thank you so much. Otsunya. Bye bye. Arigato nya. Shani ayamashou nya. Bye bye.